For quorum. It's 9:05, and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We do have first up our invocation by Rabbi Barry Schmockler. Schmockler? Wonderful.
Good morning. Esteemed commissioners, honored guests, as we gather here today to serve our county, let us take a moment to reflect on the significance of this date in the Jewish calendar, the 3rd of Tammuz. This day marks the anniversary of passing of my mentor, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. The Rebbe was a visionary leader who dedicated his life to fostering community, education, and acts of kindness across the globe. His teachings emphasize the importance of each individual's contribution to society, encouraging us to build a world filled with goodness and kindness. In recognition of his extraordinary impact, the Rebbe was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, one of the highest civilian honors in the United States. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we make decisions that will affect the lives of those we represent. May we be inspired by the legacy of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, whose life was a testament to the values of compassion, integrity, and service. Grant us the strength to act with kindness and justice, the clarity to see the needs of our community, and the courage to make choices that promote the common good. May our actions today reflect a commitment to improve the lives of others and building a better world for all. We ask for your blessing on this meeting and all who are present here today. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. If you all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next we're going to have roll call and determination of quorum. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds. Here. Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo. Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Here. We do have quorum. Okay, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Interim County Manager Stephen Lopez, do we have any changes to the agenda today, sir?
No, sir, we do not.
Wonderful. First up is going to be the consent agenda, where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items for reoccurring or routine business. And we have items number 1 through 9 on our consent agenda today. Commissioners, is there any questions on the consent agenda?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call vote us, please, on that.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Consent agenda is approved.
Consent agenda does have 2 resolutions. Item number 2, 2024-85, and item number 7, 2024-86.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brandy. William, do we have anyone joining us on WebEx yet? Okay. Thank you, William. Okay, moving on, we do have our pet showcase. Interim County Manager, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our cat of the week is Starla, a 1-year domestic medium hair female who says, "My days are filled with dreams of cozy laps and soothing strokes. I've been told I'm cuddly and sweet, and I pride myself on my ability to bring warmth and comfort to anyone who needs it. I love quiet moments and tender touches, and I'm an expert at turning ordinary days into moments of tranquility. I'm looking for a forever home where I can share my love." And our dog of the week is Jackson, a 1-year medium mixed male who says, "I'm a lively soul bursting with energy. I'm always up for a game or a puzzle, and I'm sure to keep you on your toes. My playful spirit is infectious, and I promise to fill your home with laughter and joy. I'm also a great listener, always ready to lend an ear when you need someone to talk to. If you're looking for a loyal companion who will bring endless fun and love into your life, then I'm your guy." And we do have off-site adoptions at the Farmers and Crafts Market of Las Cruces this Saturday. And starting July 1st, we have the Red, White, and Cute adoption events through the Doña County Humane Society. And those are our pets of the week.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up is employee recognition.
Okay.
William, do we have someone joining us on WebEx right now?
Good morning, Chair. This is Commissioner Susana Chaparro.
Wonderful, thank you, Commissioner. Let the time reflect that Commissioner Chaparro joined us at 9:11 a.m. The employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And this is going to be presented and read by our interim county manager, Mr. Lopez. Thank you for joining us today.
Mr. Chair, our first employee that we're recognizing today is Victoria Lopez. Victoria, come on up. And is your supervisor here? No. Okay.
But my friends are here.
Friends? All right, very good. Victoria Lopez joined Doña County in July of 2009 as a secretary in the Health and Human Services Department. The following year, she took on the role of DWI secretary and soon supported a variety of grants. In 2014, she was promoted to the role of administrative assistant, and in 2015 to office coordinator. In January of 2019, she took on more responsibility in a temporary assignment for 18 months. In 2021, her role was reclassified to office administrator. HHS Director Jamie Michael said Ms. Lopez is the department's problem solver, counselor, and all-around go-to person. When presented with a problem or task, her response is, "Don't worry, I've got this." Vicky's supervisor, Division Manager of Program Operations, Norberto Godina, said, Vicky keeps HHS functioning as she is the department's timekeeper, opens requisitions, manages budgets, completes change orders, oversees interns, and ensures the community resource centers are equipped with necessities. Vicky said she is proud to be the boss lady. At home, she loves watching the Hallmark Channel. Please join us in congratulating Vicky on her 15th work anniversary and thank her for her dedicated service to the residents of Doña County. So thank you very much. There's your pen. And Commissioner, should we do this up top? Come on up around to the top. All the way to All right, and Curtis, come on up. Thanks. Your supervisor here? Yes. You've earned the honor of actually making the presentation. Oh, cool. Come on over here. Curtis Studying joined Doña County in July of 2004 as an engineering technician in engineering services. In 2014, he transferred to the Flood Commission, and earlier this year, he was promoted to construction coordinator. In this role, he is the main point of contact for contractors, foremen, and superintendents. From generating cost estimates to managing the vendor selection process and reviewing designs and plans, Curtis oversees flood construction projects throughout the county. He conducts inspections, including materials, material testing, and construction methods. He ensures that the projects are on track, monitoring the timeline, the labor and costs, all while maintaining a positive relationship with colleagues, contractors, and suppliers. He is best known for being the go-to guy for maintenance and construction, and his charismatic personality and sense of humor. When not at work, Curtis is known as an avid sports fan who coached basketball at Mayfield and Centennial High Schools for 13 years. He loves being a family man and enjoys spending time with his wife and 3 children, especially at Disneyland. As he watches his children grow, he never takes a moment for granted. Please join us in congratulating Curtis on his 20th work anniversary and thanking him for his commitment to the residents of Doña County.
I left it the way it was, right? Not touching it. I didn't say congratulations. Wonderful. Thank you and congratulations to everyone. Next up, we do have our proclamations, which we do have one, which is to recognize the Mesilla Fire Department. And we do have two representatives from Mesilla here today, if you guys want to come up. Mr. Mayor, you don't want to join us? Is this my first commission meeting you've ever joined me at?
In person, yes, sir.
Wow.
I always join virtually.
Uh-huh.
Good answer.
Whatever you say, honey.
Mr. Chair, today we are honored to recognize the incredible bravery and dedication of the Mesilla Fire Department. We are here to celebrate their heroic efforts and willingness to go above and beyond the call of duty. It is not uncommon for other fire departments to reach out to combat a massive and dangerous fire. Recently, that call came from Lincoln County Emergency Management. When the call came, the Mesilla Fire Department did not hesitate. They worked tirelessly under challenging and hazardous conditions on the Blue 2 fire. Their efforts played a crucial part in controlling the blaze and preventing further destruction within the community. The presence and skill of some of our local firefighters provided much-needed support that helped save lives, homes, and critical infrastructure in the Lincoln National Forest. We are proud to have the Mesilla Fire Department represent our county, and we have invited the fire chief and his team, Chief Greg Whitehead. Going to also recognize the other members who went out there. Is it firefighter Nicholas Walters, firefighter Joseph Torres, and firefighter Joshua Zapian? So we want to thank you for all of your work, and we have a proclamation that has been prepared pending any other comments from the board.
Just a big old thank you to all your hard work, to the Mesilla crew. We appreciate it. Any other commissioners? No, seeing none. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you all.
So, Mr. Chair, the proclamation reads, whereas we honor our firefighters and emergency personnel who play an essential role in the protection of lives and property in our local communities, these brave men and women do not hesitate to answer the call to service. And whereas the Mesilla Fire Department, located in Doña County, is a shining example of this dedication, providing fire suppression, emergency medical services, and fire prevention efforts. And whereas wildfires pose a significant threat, destroying homes, agricultural land, wildlife, and their habitats. And whereas on May 16th, 2024, lightning ignited two wildfires, the Blue Fire and the Blue 2 fire, in the remote White Mountain wilderness of the Lincoln National Forest. These fires rapidly spread, threatening populated areas and necessitating evacuations. And whereas in response to this critical situation, the Lincoln County Emergency Manager issued an intrastate mutual aid support system request for Type 3 fire engines and personnel to form a strike team for structural protection in Lincoln County's mountainous region. And whereas the Mesilla Fire Department answered this call to service with unwavering courage, from May 22nd to 29th, 2024, they deployed a Type 1 fire engine and crew working tirelessly in rugged and hazardous conditions to assist the Lincoln County community. These individuals deserve our highest recognition. Chief Greg Whitehead, firefighter Nicholas Walters, firefighter Joseph Torres, and firefighter Joshua Zapian. Now therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners proudly recognizes the Mesilla Fire Department for their bravery and selflessness in protecting lives and property, even beyond county borders.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the proclamation recognizing the Mesilla Fire Department.
Wonderful, and I'll second. So we do have a motion and a second. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations on your proclamation.
This is now yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if you will join Jeffrey right here.
Oh, yes. I'll get her. I'll move her over. Ready?
Could you tilt it down just a little? Perfect. The light shines on there. Beautiful. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you again to the Mesilla Fire Department. We appreciate you all. Okay, next up, we do have public input. If any members of the public would like to address the board, we do have our white binder to the left. If you will please sign the binder and address the commission, you will have 3 minutes. Pardon?
My name is George Pearson, and I'm Vice President of Velo Cruces.
So we're not doing.
Our mission is to make Las Cruces and the Mesilla Valley a great bicycle and pedestrian community. We are asking that Doña County adopt Vision Zero. Vision Zero is the idea that we take actions to have 0 traffic fatalities. This is for bicyclists, pedestrians, and vehicle drivers. You have an agenda item today to hear an update on the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. This plan aligns with Vision Zero, so our ask is to explicitly include Vision Zero as a plan goal. We recognize that 0 traffic fatalities will take an effort to achieve, so we need to start now. The Safety Action Plan will look at traffic speed. This is important. In a pedestrian vehicle crash at about 20 miles an hour, there's about an 80% survival rate for the pedestrian, but at 40 miles an hour, it becomes about an 80% fatality rate. The county can investigate setting policy to improve safety. Look at requiring intelligent speed assistance when purchasing vehicles for the county. This is now required in Europe, and having ISA in government vehicles is a good step in requiring it in all vehicles. Vision Zero has been shown to work. It did start in Sweden and is now embraced by more than 50 cities in the United States. Hoboken has been particularly successful with no traffic fatalities in the last 7 years. Please explicitly implement Vision Zero and be able to answer the question, how many traffic deaths are acceptable, with the only possible answer, 0. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Veith. I'm here to eat crow and apologize to our voting section because I said that I would be very interested to see if a Democrat was thrown out, and it appears they were. So I'm eating my crow. I would have done that last session, but we had Vacation Bible School at the church, and I was helping out with that. On voting, I sent all you commissioners a link to the Torrance County manager. And if you'll go through there, you'll see that the machines overvoted, and she explains how much they overvoted, and she goes into detail on that and gives us the statistics. I know that our clerk will run up here and say, we have a great voting department, and I will not deny that. We have a very good voting department. Every time I've been in there, I've been very well taken care of. But I would imagine to say every one of us has had a credit card hacked, our computer hacked. So we have tabulators and we have voting machines that can be hacked. And if they're hacked, they can change the output. My recommendation is that when you do an audit, I know that the state sends you down these are the ones that we want you to audit. Throw a variable in. Say, instead of using their number, they say they give you precinct 13 or whatever, throw the variable in and say add 1 when you do the audit. So instead of doing 13, do 14. Because if the person's involved with that at state and they know what precincts are going to be audited, they can fix the machine so that those precincts will come out perfectly while the others misvote. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Jim Hurst. Thomas Jefferson is widely regarded as the founding father who gave us the principle of separation of church and state. Jefferson was heavily influenced by an Englishman, John Locke, who lived and wrote about a century before him. Locke wrote an essay, A Letter Concerning Toleration, in 1689. Here's an idea from that essay. I summarize. If a heathen doubts both testaments, he is not to be punished. The magistrate and his property are equally secure, whether any man believes these things or not. I readily grant that these opinions are false and absurd, but the business of law is not to provide the truth of opinions, but for the safety and security of the commonwealth. In summary. So unlike this commission, as you expressed in your National Day of Prayer resolution, Locke did not think all religious beliefs should be celebrated. Locke labels some religious opinions as false and absurd. Locke makes a sharp distinction between the celebration of false beliefs and respect for the rights of all who believe according to their conscience. This commission should have followed Jefferson's and Locke's lead. In summary, the concept of church and state, the concept of separation of church and state spring from the same minds that advocated for other foundational ideas, including the natural rights of man. You know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Similar to the idea of separation of church and state, they are not afterthoughts to our democracy, but foundational principles. This commission will either defend our liberties, including our religious freedom, by defending the separation of church and state, or it will not. This commission will either uphold the principle of separation of church and state by refraining from making any more pontifications on religion and by ending religious rituals as part of these proceedings, or it will not. Your oath to our Constitution demands that you defend our democracy and the principles that it was founded on. Thank you very much.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for everything that you do. I am here today because a community concern and because I didn't know where to go. So I'm looking to be guided by you guys. I believe Mr. Sanchez is the commissioner for the area where I live, which is at the end of Del Rey, the end of La Reina, out in that very rural and somewhat developed area. I just want to preface this that I have been in New Mexico for 40 years by choice. I love it here. I love the property that was left to me on Eclipse Road in that area. And previous Saturday, June 29th, there was a storm in the area. I was out of town. My neighbor just let me know that there was a couple pieces of my carport missing. Everything looked cool, but that I wouldn't be able to get in anyway, whatever that meant. It was a text. And I watched the news, nothing on the news. I returned to my home on the afternoon of July 2nd, and I discovered it was just devastation. Tree down on a car, roofs missing, buildings missing, me trying to figure out what used to be in that spot that I had seen for so many years. Yesterday, I stopped by the gentleman that lives at 5965 La Reina. This gentleman, and I'm going to call him an older man even at my 70 years, has been, his house and his property And all the shrubbery around it has been covered by pink insulation. It's fiberglass. It is very dangerous. He did not cause this. The home next to him was completely destroyed. That is where the insulation is coming from. It covers an area right now about an acre. This gentleman said he was going to try and clean it up. I said, no, you can't do that because this is, I know what pink insulation can do. And it is very, very dangerous for one individual to try and handle this cleanup. And so I knew you had a meeting today. I didn't know where to go. And so that's what I'm asking, is if someone can look into help getting the fiberglass before it gets to the desert. And I have photos if anybody needs them. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sorry, you didn't say your name?
Oh, perfect.
I did, I got it.
You didn't say your name, though, when you spoke.
I'm Peggy King.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Hi, Shannon.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Simmons. I know you're shocked to see me here today. I also seem to be your typical Debbie Downer. Two things have come up. The claim on separation of church and state, we keep hitting that. We go back to actions and words. If these things were the place where they are, as Jim says, how come we have a long tradition of opening with prayer, a long tradition of calls for fasting and other things from governments across the state? We have a case where Tennessee is heading down that place right now. I believe their state legislature passed a place for July to be a month of prayer and fasting and other things at this point in time. So that's of interest. So the claim doesn't, I don't believe, hold water for government. We're doing fine as far as that goes. The other one, the bicyclist fellow said the IAS systems. Yes, I believe in Europe they now are mandating that all vehicles have an intelligent speed assist or whatever. Not a fan of the system, and I don't think it's historically an American thing to do. The country is founded on freedom, freedom of religion, freedom of actions, things of that nature. And so to have the government step in through corporations to mandate vehicles behave in a certain way or else, it's kind of dystopian. You go through all your dystopian sci-fi novels and it says, yeah, this is how things will be. And you say, that could never possibly be, that's insane. And yet we seem to be walking into that in weird and strange ways, including intelligent speed assist. I agree with him, we don't want fatalities. And we also don't want to be in a position where there is no room for human autonomy, no place for decisions, no choices. Everything is a locked down, bubble wrapped playpen that we end up in a permanent state of immaturity because we are never challenged. We are never allowed to make decisions that can go good or wrong. And the creation doesn't appear to be set up along those lines. And I think that covers my comments today. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Any other public comment this morning? Seeing none, we'll move on to staff input. If there's any staff input this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have a few things of note. The first is some good news from the detention center. They have received reaccreditation, and the director is not here, so he can't really speak to it. He's out today, but he did want me to pass that along to let the board know that the detention center's accreditation was renewed. Second thing is we did go live with Workday. We had our first payroll. There were some hiccups, unfortunately. The payroll team is working with individuals who were impacted. Some of it appears to be that deposits were being made into old accounts that they had that were in the banner system, and somehow they carried forward into Workday. So they are working with employees to resolve those issues. And then working on an issue that has been identified where employees submitted for leave time, but their supervisor did not approve it in time for the deadline, and so they did not get paid for those hours. So they are again reaching out to those employees to see what we are able to do to resolve those. It is administration's hope that we are able to get these issues resolved quickly. We are talking about being able to advance employees any money that they may have been shorted to allow them to make bill payments and other things to minimize their impact. And while it is good that the vast majority of employees, everything seemed to go fine, even one or two impacted employees is not what we want to see. So we are going to continue working on improvements to that process. And then the third item, also slightly related to Workday, when Workday went live, it included following statute and ordinance when it comes to small purchases. And we hadn't realized how out of date the state of New Mexico's purchasing is, and it has caused some of our departments a little bit of frustration. We are working through that process to stay both within the law but also meet their needs by doing things like establishing pricing agreements with local stores to allow them to go quickly pick up a screwdriver rather than having to drive to 3 different stores and price out screwdrivers to get the best price. But we are going to be trying to approach our state delegation to change the state statute that governs us on this. In particular, it allows us to purchase things under $20,000, but requires us to use a purchase order. And we tend to use P cards a lot more because it's a lot more efficient. So we need that change. And then it also requires us to obtain the best obtainable price. And we think it would be more appropriate if it is a reasonable price, because we can spend a lot of dollars trying to save pennies when it comes to chasing down some of these things. So if you hear that we are talking to our legislature about making some changes here to the small purchasing requirements, it is true, and that is the background on it. So that is our staff input for this morning.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on to elected official comment. Welcome, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Chair Sheldo Hernandez, Commission Amanda Lopez-Askin, County Clerk. I wanted to come and offer some information. It seems as if I will find myself in this position probably most commission meetings moving forward as we continue to, as there are opinions offered about our processes that I believe I need to rebut and offer correct information to all those watching and those who may watch. So I wanted to address some of the comments that were made today about elections. As we head into 2024, we know it's going to be very busy. I wanted to talk about some of the ways that we secure our votes, so bear with me. New Mexico does have paper ballots. I have heard repeatedly that we do not. We do. You all have voted on them. I hope we always retain the option of paper ballots as we can recreate any specific race or an entire election as we secure those for several years after post-election. This also leads to this idea that they can be hacked. I will tell you, if there were hackable machines in Torrance County, New Mexico, that changed votes, we would have made national news immediately. This has, as far as I know, not happened. There has been 60 cases nationwide, and every single one of them, except for one, has been found in favor of free and fair elections, and there has been no definitive proof to this day that there is something amiss in elections. And I would encourage anybody who has information that would indicate that to come forward and present it to law enforcement or other agencies that manage these types of complaints or concerns. We do have an air gap system. That means that our tabulators are prevented by law and process from being joined to a computer network or the internet. Literally, by law, we are unable to do that, and there is no capacity for them to do that, regardless of what is said. The system sums votes at the county levels, and again, they're prevented by law and process from being joined to any computer system. Prior to every election, we test our tabulators. Every iteration of every ballot is run through our tabulators and confirm their accuracy. The expected outcome is what we should get when we do that. It's called basically it's called a mock election. And also be aware that, as I will reiterate for every election, all of our results are unofficial until they're certified. After every election, we are canvassed, which is otherwise known as an auditing, and so that's to confirm our accuracy. Additionally, we do have randomized audits. The state of New Mexico, specifically the Secretary of State's office, secures an accounting firm, and they randomly select, without any connection or influence from us, precincts in every single county. We don't know if it's going to be precinct 1 or 190 in Doña County, but we know that amongst those that there will be, they are randomly checked and confirm their accuracy. So those things are done. Those are the ways that, some of the ways that we secure our votes. I do appreciate any compliments and comments regarding our staff, and I definitely want to thank any member of the public that recognizes the hard work that our staff does. Keep in mind, we employ nearly 300 community members as election officials, and they are part of New Mexico elections. They are our first layer of accountability in elections, and they are securing our sites. They are different parties, and that, again, is another layer of accountability in New Mexico elections. So I may be up here next time, and I may be repeating this, but to bear with me as we head into the end of this year. I think it's important that our community, anybody watching, listening, or will listen at a later date, have accurate information. We should be proud of the elections we have in New Mexico. There are not many things that we're ranked #1 on, and MIT, your alma mater, Commissioner Sanchez, has basically no stake in it. They're data-driven, and we practice all of the best practices connected to elections, which has made us literally #1 in election administration in the entire United States. So again, I hope that my fellow New Mexicans recognize that we do have something to be proud of, not just in Doña County, but statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Saldo Hernandez, Commissioners. Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, the assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Tanja Hazen, Chief Deputy. Just wanted to give the public an input. Chief Appraiser. Clarification, sorry. Wanted to give the public input as far as the assessor's office right now is busy preparing for the protest season, sorry. It's already been a long day. Basically what this is customers who felt that their properties were not assessed fairly or where they felt that they should be. So our office is really busy trying to prepare for the hearings that are coming up on in the beginning of August. Once again, everybody that's out there that owns a property, if you ever have a problem with any of your values that you feel are not fair or you feel were not done the way that you felt they should be, please don't hesitate to reach out. The assessor's office is here to serve. And we want every taxpayer here in Doña County to feel that they are being, it is fair and equitable. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected official comment? Seeing none, we will move on to commission input. If any commissioner has any input. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to the members of the public that were able to join us in Radium Springs last week. We had a good meeting. We really appreciate all the different department representatives coming out. Chief Cherry, we had Dasso, we had Mo from our Roads and Engineering Department. We had one of our ACOs. We had Officer Friday from our Codes Division. So I really appreciate all of the support that we've had to be able to support the residents, answer some questions, and be able to help inform on some of the initiatives that we're doing. I did, Ms. King, I know when you with your public input, and I know it's just normal, customary, the commissioners don't provide responses during public input, but right now I'm not aware of anything that the county can specifically do to help. One of the things that could be done is maybe reaching out to the American Red Cross. They may be able to help with some of those costs. But if anybody else within the commission or staff, maybe that's something we can follow up with Ms. King on. But I just, right now, I'm not aware of anything specifically, a program that we have that would be able to help with the cleanup, because I know with those down the microburst that we had in Doña created significant damage, and I know, I just can't think of anything else that we can, off the top of my head, but maybe there's other things that maybe people are aware of, so, but I appreciate you coming. Absolutely. And I'll also say, if there is any other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, give me a call. I know my contact is, if you get online to the website, we have our contact information, myself or my assistant, Mary Louise, will be able to help, at least coordinate and try to see what we can do to help. So thank you, Ms. King, for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, any other commission comment?
Mr. Chair, thank you. You know, we had a meeting in Tortugas last month, and I appreciate Renee Molina and Mo Moabed showing up to help us with discussions about the results of a study, safety study out there, and also for the plans to how we're going to address some of those issues. It's always nice to have backing of the people in the county that actually can do something and help us do something. So I appreciate their attendance and their comments and their assistance in that event. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
thank you. Regarding the storm that Ms. King was mentioning, I'd just like to thank the residents in my district and some of the businesses that were helping me give updates throughout my district. Also, representatives from El Paso Electric and our interim county manager. The updates going out through Facebook, through my account, I think were very, very helpful. And thank you for the residents helping our older folks at least get water and other things. And there's just so many people that it would just take me a while to mention, but I'm very grateful for the residents in my district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Seeing no other commission input, we'll be moving on to presentations. And our first presentation is with Ms. Gorham, our update on the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, our Executive Director. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair,
Good morning.
Commissioners, Interim County Manager. My name is Jennifer Gorham. I'm the Executive Director at Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, which is the 911 center here in Doña County. Deep breath. Before I start today, I want to thank the county for offering the internship program for the summer. And so today I have 3 of our interns joining us. So I wanted them to experience what it's like for county commission, see what county government is like. Yesterday they had the privilege of taking a CPR class, so they are now CPR certified through our organization as well. So we have Zoe Hamill, I have Serenity Para, and I have Camille Loya Smith with us today. So again, thank you for allowing them to attend the county commission meeting.
Thank you and welcome to the county.
Okay, so I wanted to be more interactive with county government to explain exactly the ongoings that are taking place with MRVDA, some of the exciting news that is taking place. And I want to focus today primarily on our non-emergency online reporting, which is a new online reporting system that we have implemented. It is currently active, but I want to promote and encourage the residents of Doña County to start utilizing. So once again, Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch is the consolidated dispatch center serving Doña County, the city of Las Cruces, city of Sunland Park, town of Mesilla, village of Hatch, and the city of Anthony. In 2023, we received a little over 351,000 phone calls. There's a breakdown regarding wireless and landline. Also, we have some VoIP and then some miscellaneous too. In that same time period, those 351,000 phone calls resulted in 328,000 incidences for dispatch. So that would include almost 266,000 for law enforcement, over almost 38,000 for fire, and almost 25,000 for EMS dispatches. So the reason I want to focus on this is you'll see that the very large number of almost 266,000 is law enforcement. And a great majority of those law enforcement dispatches are non-emergency related. So earlier in June, MRVDA implemented the online reporting, and you can access that via our website at mvrda.org. So you'll notice the little icon over there to the left is what you're gonna see on our website homepage. About halfway down the page, there's the option of online reporting, records requests, and such as that. This is what our system looks like. So if you go and click on that button for the online reporting, you're gonna come to this initial first page. On the first page, you're going to see where it's going to ask for your address. That is gonna be the service address in which you're requesting service. So it may not be the address that you're physically at, because when you log on, it will geopopulate the address for you. So you have the right to change that. So say for instance, I go to work in the morning and I realize, oh, I should have reported, I know this may seem odd, but it happens quite frequently. Oh, my car was stolen last night, but I'm just now getting around to reporting it. So the system is gonna auto-populate my work address, but I do wanna change that to my home address. Then it's going to say where you want, what kind of assistance you want. So I am going to click on this. We'll see if that will work. It may. You'll see where it's going to add your address in there. We're going to go ahead and say that that is not our address, so we would want to change that. Then we could come down and we can say if we are looking for police response, animal control, or codes enforcement. We are not allowing for non-emergency requests for fire or EMS, because typically those do not require non-emergency. Those would be an emergency situation. So for instance, if I were going to request law enforcement service, there's a drop down with a list of the different types of services that would be non-emergency. You're going to notice a lot of these are going to say that they are not in progress. So they took place over 15 minutes prior. So a vehicle that was stolen the night before, you notice that there was a trespassing that is not currently taking place, something of that nature that is not currently active. The other option is if we were going to go animal control. Once again, if you have an animal in a trap, something that is not currently taking place. And finally, codes enforcement is going to have the same kind of drop-down situation. Then you're going to have the option of how you want us to respond to you. Would you like to have a first responder respond to you over the phone? Would you like to have them come and meet you at an address? Or are you not requesting a contact? Then it would greatly assist us if you add any additional comments. Because what is happening is once you release your information down here to us, say that you're not a robot, you are gonna receive a confirmation number. That then is gonna go through our system to one of our call takers or dispatchers. They will be able to enter a call for service and put down any of the information that you have put in your comments. So the more specific you can be, the better it's going to be for assistance to ensure that you receive the proper services. So you may want to know, why are we doing this? Out of the 351,000 phone calls that we receive annually, over half of those are non-emergency. And so what we're really trying to do is everybody has staffing shortages. Every company I talk to has staffing shortages, and we are not different. What we're trying to do is ensure that our staff that are on site are able to answer emergency calls as a priority. The non-emergency calls are still gonna receive service in the same manner. It just is gonna prioritize it for us. So that way we can have administrative staff, call taker staff, and then finally our dispatcher staff enter your call for service, allowing our dispatchers to have that radio contact with the field personnel and allowing our emergency call takers to take those emergency calls, for instance, a CPR in progress. So we are highly encouraging everybody to utilize our new system. Like I said, it is active right now. We are receiving requests on a daily basis, but I would love to see more. And I think I stand for any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. I have one question.
Ask away.
So when you submit the form online, do you get an email or a text notification back saying that the form's been received?
Currently, you receive a confirmation on your computer screen. So if it was, for instance, we're really encouraging, I mean, a lot of individuals are probably going to do this via their phone. So you can bookmark our link, which would be great. And then you can snapshot a really quick picture of that confirmation. However, when in doubt, and you're not sure whether or not you should call the non-emergency line to report, or if you need to do online reporting, feel free, of course, to call us. But that confirmation number will also help us identify if you have previously put in a request.
Okay. That makes sense to me. This would be something great to have bookmarked or tabbed on the county webpage. I think that would be really good to have because I think a lot of people go to our website for information.
Exactly.
Commissioners, any other follow-up questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry. Of course. Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Gorman, I think this is definitely, hopefully, a step in the right direction to help ease at least a little bit of the burden on you all, so that way things can get routed without having to always have that phone call. I think the only thing that comes up is I think where the chairman was hitting on, where we create more visibility for that link. Because I think more often than not, when I've had to interact with MRVDA, it's always been through the non-emergency line. But if you go to the MRVDA website, it's not hard to find the online reporting, but the first thing that pops up is the non-emergency number right up in front of your face. And that's why I wonder if there might be a chance to maybe look at the MRVDA website as well, because if there might be, well, the emergency line is great to be there because it's quick and easy to see the number. I just want to make sure that people also know, oh, look, here's this option too. So like I said, I love the progress, and I know we've had I appreciate the visit that we had previously, because I know this is just one piece of a lot more you have in store for progress and to really bring a lot more changes to MRVDA. But I'm excited for this. I love the idea and trying to figure out how we use technology to make things more efficient for you all, for our residents, and really appreciate the presentation today.
So Chair and Commissioner Sanchez, you're exactly right. So we did revamp our website just a couple of months ago. And at that point, we weren't ready to go live with non-emergency reporting online. That has since changed. So yes, I completely understand that it would be great to modify the website to really highlight the online reporting. And you are also correct that this is one step in our progress. So the next step that is going to be coming is going to be a revamping of our actual phone system for non-emergencies. And as part of that system, what will be able to happen is if there is an opportunity for online non-emergency reporting, the phone system will be able to text you a link so that you can then go ahead and report online. So that we're very close. We're in the, as interim county manager Lopez was discussing, we are also too making some adjustments to our procurement process, and that's delaying the process just slightly, but that should be coming in the coming months. And again, I will be putting out a press release later today as well to encourage the population to utilize the system, posting through social media and just getting the word out. And our dispatchers are also sharing that information now too.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Just a really quick follow-up. I'm actually on the website right now. Is there a way to highlight the assistance needed for 988 mental health crisis?
Yes. So we are currently doing the data mining research. Okay. And so to enlighten everyone, we are in coordination with 988, which is the crisis line, and we are doing some research as to determine if the calls that are coming into Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch, are they being transferred to 988 effectively? And so we are currently in that process of doing research in coordination with the county and then through NMSU. Once that project is completed and we'll see where we stand, then I'm sure that there's going to be some changes in the process of handling 988 and promoting it as well.
Yeah, I think that would be really great to see as well. And also just knowing that a lot of people in crisis don't want to necessarily call, they want to text or put it in online, try to be as anonymous as possible. I think that would be a really great I need assistance drop down in the future. So I'd be really excited to see that. So
And in reference to this, Chair, after our discussion, I did some more research regarding some of our national organizations that we're associated with and found a white paper protocol regarding 988 and utilization with coordination with dispatch centers. So that is something after we finish our research project, we will probably be making some changes as well to fall in line with national standards.
that'd be great. And then also just kind of looking out in the crowd and I got a little bell ringing in my head. Also something that has to do with maybe substance use, because it's just currently police animal control and codes enforcement. So maybe something that would highlight the need for response when it comes to, overdosing, God forbid, or anything like those things might be a good assistance drop down as well. Just to have that.
Exactly. So the drop down is not set in stone. So the company that we're working with, we're mirroring off of a dispatch center out of Charleston, South Carolina, that's been very gracious in working with us.
Wonderful.
And we actually expanded their drop down list. So we are using, based upon the significant type codes that we receive, the most frequent requests, and we're highlighting those at this time, and eventually we'll specialize a little bit more. We didn't want the drop down to be too long so people would get lost in the mix.
Wonderful. No,
That is why the comment section is so vitally important as well.
Got it. No, that works. That's amazing. Perfect. Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gorman, I believe this is the first time you've addressed this board since taking the lead role at MRVDA. Am I correct?
Officially, yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Just to make sure everyone is aware, Ms. Gorman has accepted the position as the Executive Director of MRVDA for the time being, and we welcome you and thank you very much for the presentation and for taking on the role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, may I make one last final comment?
Of course, please.
I am always wanting to shout out our staff and our team. As you've heard, the microbursts and the weather challenges that the community has experienced over the last several weeks, MRVDA has experienced as well. And our team has really come together and acted, of course, during crisis. I'm amazed consistently on a daily basis how well we work as a team. And so I appreciate them immensely. So as such, if anyone is looking for a new career, MRVDA is a great place to come. So July 19th, we will be posting once again for 911 call takers, which is the first step towards dispatch roles. So keep an eye on our website to make application. In the meantime, you are always welcome to fill out a job interest form so that I can contact you directly right around July 19th and let you know that the posting is live.
Awesome. Wonderful. That's great information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, we do have item number 12, which is a presentation by Tool Design in Bohannon, Houston, with an update on the Safe Streets and Roads for All, on the development of a comprehensive safety action plan. And we do have our county engineer, Mr. Mo. Welcome.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Mo Mobed. I'm the county engineer. It's nice to see you twice a week. It's my lucky week. So thank you. Yeah, we're going to present. We have Aaron Sussman from Tools Design, and we also have Bohannon Houston in their team. And these two consultants provided us collected data, and we're going to share with you. I don't want to take too much of time because this is so important. We're talking about fatality, we're talking about saving lives and quality of life. And this is not just for the drivers, this is for pedestrian and bicyclists, anybody's on a transportation system. So with that, I want to just, I know you're committed, and I appreciate you guys' commitment and the dedication to Mission Zero. And so I'm trying to get all my time to Aaron so he can present to you all. And really the main purpose of it is to present to you what we take into your customers and your constituents. So hopefully you can give us some input and your ideas you want to add to presentation. And we're going to take it, after this, we're going hitting the streets and hopefully attend some of your community meetings and present the same thing to them and get input from the customers. Thank you. I'll introduce Aaron.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Aaron Sussman. I'm a planner with a firm called Tool Design. I'm based in Albuquerque, but we're a national firm that specializes in safe street design, and we do this kind of safety action planning work across the United States. So I'm really excited to have the opportunity to share what we're working on with all of you and the opportunity that Doña County has to address some really important and structural challenges. So I wanted to just start by talking about the purpose of the Safety Action Plan and highlight just how immense the challenges are. So this graph shows the number of fatal crashes that have taken place across the state of New Mexico over the last 7 years or 8 years for which data is available. And you can see the trend line is obviously not going in a positive direction. This is also a problem that disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable users. The rate of pedestrian fatalities among traffic deaths has been growing at a highly disproportionate rate. So we have high rates of traffic deaths. The rates are going up. They disproportionately impact pedestrians. And unfortunately, this is not an area where we want to be number one, but we are ranked number one year after year pretty consistently in the rates of pedestrian fatalities among US states. Unfortunately, this has been true year after year. And Doña County is one of the places that has particularly high rates of total and fatal crashes across the state of New Mexico. The last year that data is available comprehensively across the state is 2022. In that year, there were more than 4,500 crashes across the county, including 26 fatalities. And then in a 5-year span from 2017 to 2021, there were 27 pedestrian fatalities across Doña County. So to put this in perspective too and get a sense for how Doña County compares to New Mexico overall, I live in Albuquerque. We were talking about this yesterday. There's a few streets in Albuquerque that are disproportionately represented in the statewide data. But even taking away those streets, Doña County has a higher rate of crashes per capita than the state overall. It's higher than probably the most comparable peer county, San Juan County, by about 20 to 25%. So very real issues and challenges in terms of both total crashes and then fatal and injury crashes per 1,000 residents, where Doña County is, again, below Bernalillo County, but right in line with the state average. And again, that state average is disproportionately high because of Bernalillo County, but compared to peer counties like San Juan County, again, Doña County is quite high, about 20, 25% higher than our sort of best peer county. So the Safety Action Plan is really meant to provide a roadmap to address these challenges in a really systematic way. More than anything, we want to focus at reducing and eliminating the fatal and serious injury crashes, and we're going to take a really systematic and data-driven approach to doing that. We're going to complement that data-driven approach with a real intense round of public involvement later this summer, and then a second phase later this year. And then ultimately, the idea is to evaluate the conditions and needs across major roads across Doña County. And I'll talk about the study area specifically a little bit later. But the precise outcomes of this plan will be to provide recommendations for infrastructure improvements. We'll spend a lot of time looking at roadway design, along with programs that could be applied at a county level to address these issues. Doña County is in a really good position because of the work of staff in terms of then using this plan to qualify for large federal grants. There's a program called the Safe Streets for All program, SS4A. Having this safety action plan is a qualifying plan that allows the county to directly qualify for very large implementation grants in the order of 7-8 figures. So this is a really important plan to set up the county to directly access those federal funds. And then part of our work will be to help support some of those grant applications as well. So one thing that I want to speak to is the way that the thinking about addressing safety is evolving. And so we're applying what's called a safe system approach. And this is a new, again, way of thinking about addressing safety challenges and doing it in a really structural and systematic way. So the traditional approach to addressing safety has been to just purely prevent crashes, but there's a growing recognition that crashes are going to happen. People are fallible, they make mistakes, there's things going on, people get distracted. But if we can design our roads and create systems to prevent death and serious injuries, we can manage the magnitude or intensity of those crashes. In the past, again, there's efforts to improve human behavior. Obviously, we want to do that, but we also need to understand that humans are fallible and make mistakes. And so we need to make sure we try to minimize the consequences of those mistakes through the programs we offer, through the design of roadways. In the past, we focused solely on controlling speeding. But it's not just speed that creates crashes. People driving in the same direction along interstates is actually quite safe, but it's when crashes take place at really severe angles where we have the most intense consequences. And so reducing the kinetic energy or the force involved with crashes, avoiding the sort of rear-end collisions or T-bone collisions that are the greatest source of fatal and severe crashes. And again, a lot of that comes down to road design. And then the last piece of this component, or last component of this sort of story in the changing approach is, that, again, not just thinking about individual responsibility, but thinking about a shared system of responsibilities. And complementing those sort of behavioral approaches, we also want to look at things from a data-driven standpoint. So we look at safety not just by looking at where crashes have taken place in the past, but doing our best to understand where are there risky conditions that we might want to address proactively and to address those risks proactively. So our analysis combines both a review of past crashes and then looking at areas of safety concern where we want to be, again, proactive about those risks before crashes occur.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question about the previous slide?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, could you go back to bring up the previous slide? When you're talking about reducing system kinetic energy, I mean, I'm trying to understand how you do that. I mean, I know speeding creates kinetic energy because you're in motion, but what mechanism would we use in order to reduce that kinetic energy other than reducing the speed? I'm confused about the concept.
Yeah, reducing speed is definitely part of it. A really good example is the growing use of roundabouts, including in rural and small town settings. So for example, when you have vehicles moving through a roundabout, crashes may still occur, but all of the crashes occur at sort of an acute angle. It really reduces the severity relative to a T-bone crash or a rear-end collision. So again, a part of that is, so the angle of crashes, reducing the rate of rear-end collisions because of, again, through road design techniques. And
so in that concept, it's having that concept, obviously the roundabouts would help because it does change the angle. But what about, so would we want to further doing roads at 95, we do them, at an angle? Should we take our subdivisions and our new developments and actually create roads that cause an angle attack as opposed to a head-on collision or a T-bone collision?
It's going to depend on the context. Angled intersections are actually the best cases for roundabouts. So, there is I don't want to overemphasize roundabouts as a solution for certain circumstances. But the speed at which vehicles travel through intersections is, again, a big part of it as well. So it's multiple components, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good explanation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So coming back to this sort of comprehensive approach, again, the point here is we're trying to look at a whole range of approaches rather than just individual mechanisms. And part of this is about design, and part of this is about shared responsibility. So ultimately, if we do these things collectively, we can address the needs of all road users, including people who walk, bike, drive, and take transit. And so we can think of this to some degree as sort of a safety wheel, and there's different spokes in this wheel, and the wheel's going to be most durable if all of these spokes are reinforced in different ways. So these spokes in the wheel include safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, post-crash care, so the role of first responders as well, and then safe road users' individual behavior. And it's this collective set of components that really build this safe system approach. So a somewhat silly analogy, but I like it because it creates for a nice visual, is to think of this sort of as a Swiss cheese model of redundancy. So we have all these different layers of protection and different ways that we can address safety. There is some randomness to crashes and the severity of crashes, and unfortunately there are times when the layers of the Swiss cheese align so that something slips through and you have a severe or fatal crash. But the more layers of protection that you can build in, the greater the chances that you can reduce severe and fatal crashes from occurring in the first place. So let me get into the plan components and what specifically we want to do as part of the safety action plan. So again, we're starting with the real kind of quantitative analytical component, the data collection and analysis. The next phase that's coming up is public and stakeholder engagement. I'll talk about the components of that a little bit later. And then ultimately, again, we'll come up with project recommendations and have something really concrete for the county to build upon and use going forward. So the data analysis piece of this, and first let me emphasize the study area. So to Doña County, obviously, a big part of that is the city of Las Cruces, and a major component of the roadway network are the interstates. We are focusing on all of the areas outside of the city of Las Cruces and all of the roads with the exception of I-25 and I-10. So when we take out those non-interstate roads and highways, we take out the city of Las Cruces, and it's important to point out the city of Las Cruces just received a grant to do a safety action plan within city limits as well, so these planning efforts become very much complementary. We can hone in on the roads that Doña County residents use to travel around the area, around the region, and more specifically look at what do we do about the crashes that are taking place. And so we'll look at, and we've already started to look at things like year-over-year crash levels, crashes by travel mode, by crash type, by severity, where they're occurring. If there's certain patterns in crashes that are occurring in certain places, then we can start to think about what do we do about that. So that comes into the sort of hotspot or location-specific analysis. And then again, we're looking at both observed crashes from the most recent 5 years for which data is available, 2018 to 2022, but also some predictive analysis looking at the roadway conditions that are associated with crashes, and again, trying to be proactive about where there are risks across Doña County.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Sanchez.
when you're doing this data analysis, I'm just curious because I think this is something similar to what we've seen through the Mesilla Valley MPO. I'm just wondering how much of this is going to be redundant, or can you utilize any of the analysis that's already been done by the MPO? Because I think we've, myself, the chairman are both on the MPO, and so we've seen some of this data, and I think we've seen it both for the city of Las Cruces and for Doña County. But I think I will agree with the fact that Doña County, all of Doña County is not within the Mesilla Valley MPO. So I'm kind of curious as to what you'll be able to use, and I guess, or do you feel like this is something that you all need to take separately from a different analysis, a different approach, because of you're maybe taking it from a different point of view than say the El Paso MPO or the Mesilla Valley MPO?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the El Paso MPO and Doña County and the Mesilla Valley MPO both gather and perform basically that level of hotspot analysis. We're going to go into a much greater level of detail. And so not just identify the locations that need to be prioritized, but what specifically can be done in those different locations. So not only is the level of specificity much greater, but you mentioned the geographic coverage areas are inconsistent. And so doing this at a countywide level allows us to really look at things across the county and to do so with common data sets and common approaches. So there's a couple of benefits. The level of specificity and detail that we can go into with this kind of safety action plan is much greater than what MPOs typically go into.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the commissioner's question. So right now, as you're looking at the county as a whole, is there a hot spot that is just glaring at us throughout the county? Is it the northern part of the county or the southern part of the county or Highway 70?
That's a great question. If you don't mind, can I hold my answer to that question, and we'll get to that in just a few slides?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, the first starting point is to understand the types of crashes, and then we can get into the locations. So one of the things that really jumped out at us when we started looking at the types of crashes that take place across Doña County, about a third of the crashes are collisions with other motor vehicles, but about half of the crashes are run off the road, vehicles overturning. A lot of cases it's a vehicle that's not colliding with another vehicle. It's its own subject, essentially. So we know that there's a lot of run off the road kinds of collisions that are taking place, or collisions with fixed objects outside of the roadway. So that tells us the kinds of strategies that we need to look at. And then we can specifically look at where are those run off the road and vehicles overturning taking place with a lot of frequency. And then we can think specifically about what do we do about that. The other thing that we see from the data is just how disproportionate the impacts are to vulnerable users across the county. Crashes that involve bicyclists and pedestrians are only 1% of crashes across Doña County, but they're about 1 out of every 5 crash that involves a fatality. And very rarely is that fatal injury suffered by the motorist. It's almost always the bicyclist or the pedestrian. So to answer the commissioner's question, there are some glaring hotspots, and this map shows what we're calling a high injury network, which basically takes the observed fatal and serious injury crashes across Doña County and and highlights them as a network. And this can be used to prioritize improvements from a roadway design standpoint, to prioritize enforcement. We looked at this first at a countywide level, but we're also going to look at this at a much more kind of location-specific level. So there's a number of state highways that jump out for their serious and fatal crashes. New Mexico 28 is one, New Mexico 213 is another. But there's also county roads such as Lisa Road and Chaparral, which jumped out at us for the frequency of crashes, especially relative to the volume. So the next step for us is to then look at what are the types of crashes taking place in those locations, and then what are the roadway conditions that might contribute to those crashes. Because again, we don't want to just be reactive, we want to be proactive in looking at, where are there the conditions that create crashes. Maybe there haven't been fatal or serious injury crashes yet, but we can do some predictive analysis. This is an example of a high-risk network that we put together for Provo outside of Salt Lake City in Utah. It's based on roadway conditions, and it's an indicator of the potential for crashes, the potential for serious crashes, not just, again, where crashes have occurred in the past, because there's some randomness at times where fatal and severe crashes take place. But we want to combine those sets of metrics, and then we want to combine those quantitative and analytical components with public involvement, where we get input on areas of perceived safety concern, where people feel unsafe traveling around Doña Ana County, and collectively build out a priority safety network. So how we plan to do that outreach is through two phases. The first phase is kicking off right now, and that's looking at existing conditions and perceived safety needs. We'll have a second phase later this year that focuses specifically on recommendations. Our approach is going to combine online outreach components. We have a website that's live and ready to be shared, and an interactive map where people can provide input on where they feel unsafe. I'll show you what that looks like in just a second. We're also going to conduct a series of in-person events, both more formal meetings or open houses, and then pop-up events at community centers, farmers market, flea market type locations. Walmart is a great place to capture people where they're coming in and out. So we'll do those kinds of events later in the summer. We also have a stakeholder safety committee that's comprised of staff, not just from the county, but MPO, DOT, and the smaller jurisdictions as well, to provide input on the products, those areas of perceived safety concerns, and then potential strategies to address those safety concerns.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add a quick comment. There is a big event on Labor Day called the Hatch Chili Festival in Hatch, so that might be an opportunity to catch a huge group of people that come in, especially in the northern part of the county. I know it's a holiday weekend usually, but like I said, that might be an opportunity to really have a large group of people to pull from if for public, maybe trying to just,
I think you may have volunteered Mr. Moe to put in some overtime on that one. No, that's a great idea.
I just was, I think, like I said, as we have these, especially out in the county, it'd be good to make sure that how do we get, I think, like you said, the Walmarts, things like that, trying to get the resident input. I think, like I said, if we can find those other opportunities that we have in the county areas too, like I said, that pops to mind because of the time of year, but it might be an opportunity. So
yeah, no, I joke. It's a great suggestion. Yeah, thank you. Just to highlight the online material that we've put together. So we have a website that can get linked from the Doña Ana County website, and I'm going to ask you all as elected officials to help share this information with your constituents and your networks. But there's a website that's live that provides an overview of the plan that will have some of the draft analyses and products. It also provides a link to the interactive map where you can go in and drop a pin on this interactive map and indicate a location where you feel unsafe. And then you can also indicate where you feel unsafe by mode, walking, driving, biking. And if there's a location where you feel like the design of this roadway allows you to travel that space comfortably as well, we'd like that input as well, because that gives us a sense of what's working across Doña Ana County. So that's something that we're hoping to drive a lot of traffic to. When we go to in-person events, we'll have paper maps and stickers and markers, and you can mark those things up, and we'll consolidate that information into a digital data set. So we'll take all that information and then ultimately, again, identify specific locations and then improvements that should come out of this project, and then for which Doña Ana County can then apply for large federal grants or use its own resources depending on the scale of the improvements that are needed. We'll look at the benefits, the cost, the feasibility of different improvements, the specific strategies, and I'll talk about those briefly in just a second. And we're also put together a series of performance measures that the county can use to track progress over time. That's an important component of these safety action plans. I do want to emphasize that while we as a company do this work nationally, we're very committed to adapting the specific tools to and strategies to Doña Ana County. There's some neat examples of safety countermeasures and improvements that have been put in place across the state of New Mexico, along within Doña Ana County, whether it's creating really pedestrianized Main Street kind of corridors like in Carrizoso, or rural multi-use trails like in Kirtland near Farmington. The idea is that we want to look at what's feasible, what's appropriate for different contexts. And there's two different categories of these safety improvements. One's infrastructure, and again, this is related to those safe streets, safe speeds, so reducing the frequency of crashes, the impact or the force at which crashes take place, and then looking at the modes that need to be sort of best provided for in these different contexts. And then there's the behavioral component. And so, how can we encourage safer road users through education, through law enforcement, and policies and laws. So I do want to just take a couple minutes to identify the types of things that we're going to look at and just give you a sense of what we mean when we specifically start talking about safety improvements. So again, we know there's a lot of run off the road kinds of crashes. So the implementation of rumble strips, wider edge lines, these are both shown to reduce those types of crashes to really significant degrees. They're not expensive to implement, and those are, again, the kinds of things that we're going to look for. At the other end of the spectrum are the much larger intersection improvement type treatments like roundabouts like at New Mexico 404 and 213. A really good example of a roundabout in a rural intersection that can have really meaningful impacts in terms of not just reduction in total crashes, but the severity of crashes. Again, this is going to be customized to based on what users are most vulnerable in different situations. So whether it's road reconfiguration strategies or enhancing crossings through hawk signals or flashing beacons in different locations, and then making intersections and locations where pedestrians are present more visible through lighting and so forth. A huge part of this, though, is reducing speed, especially in the right location. So in these transition zones or gateways into more populated areas or where we've got kind of Main Street kinds of conditions, creating the conditions that force drivers to slow their speed and respond better to the conditions around them. There's also, again, a behavioral and policy components to this. We all know that New Mexico has serious issues with driving while DWI rates, among the highest in the country. So enforcement, sobriety checkpoints, alcohol treatment programs, education programs are all parts of this puzzle. Still, even though compliance with seatbelt laws have improved dramatically, half of crashes where a passenger passed away involved someone who was not restrained within their vehicles. And then finally, promoting safe speeds through different techniques, whether it's automated speed enforcement, along corridors to track people's observed behavior, context-specific speed limits, so ensuring that speed limits are appropriate for the different surrounding land uses and whether pedestrians are present. What's really key, though, is that when we combine these different measures, we look at roadway design, we look at ways to manage speeds, we have the right policies in place, then we collectively have the input or the benefits that we're looking for. And that, again, comes back to this sort of safe system approach. So let me close by just talking about where we go from here in terms of the next steps. So we're launching the website. We're working on our set of safety countermeasures. We're reviewing the existing plans and policies. How do we build off of the work that the MPO has undertaken, the crash analysis, some of which I shared with you today. And then we're beginning this phase of outreach to get input on areas of perceived safety concern and other safety needs. So I know that was a lot of material, but I really appreciate your attention. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any follow-up questions? Yes, Commissioner
thank you,
Sanchez,
Chair.
or Reynolds.
Thank you. In your first couple of slides, you actually mentioned one of the biggest concerns is the fact that we're the worst in pedestrian deaths. I'm not sure I caught a lot of your presentation about the right approach that we need to do in order to address that. I mean, I saw that you want to slow things down. I saw we've got crosswalks. I mean, we have all that, and most of that's in the city. So how do we, I can believe that our approach for preventing pedestrian deaths in the county is going to be a little bit different. Obviously, many of the speeds are higher. We don't have a lot of intersections to use to stop them. In the analysis that you did of the data to see where our biggest problems were for crashes, I saw that. I think for vehicles, I didn't see it for pedestrians in the county. So if you had that data, I would love to see and have some understanding about what is the size, scope, and condition of the problem we have for pedestrians, if that's one of our biggest problems. I didn't see that addressed here. Did I miss it?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. Part of it is this is an extensive process where we're going to dig into all those things in detail, and we didn't share everything with you today. We can follow up with detailed maps and locations where pedestrian and bicyclist-involved crashes are taking place. I do want to call attention to a lot of the work that Doña County has been doing in terms of additional trails, enhanced crossings. That's exactly the right type of improvements that need to be put into place. And so, Doña County is already doing those kinds of things. The sort of traditional or the sort of emerging best practices are not just controlling speed and managing speeds, but you create separation both in space and in time. There's a lot of places where there is bicycling activity or there's pedestrian activity, but we don't have shoulders or pedestrian facilities still. We may have crossings, but we don't have quite the network of bicycle and pedestrian facilities across the county that we might like to see. Part of that's going to be looking at targeted improvements. Again, I use Mexico 28 as an example where there's a lot of bicycling activity. There's long stretches where there are no shoulders. Obviously, that's challenging in different places, but those are the things that we need to look at and that we need to be very thoughtful about if we're, to make those sort of targeted improvements. So, again, you're exactly right. What are the types of strategies? But making sure we've got well-connected networks, we've got, the techniques that slow vehicles down approaching those intersections and those pedestrian crossings as well are all part of the set of solutions.
So if we had the data, let's say that we had one of the Gadsden schools as an example, one in Chaparral, where a lot of kids are crossing the street to get to school. I know we have, for crossing at school crossings, we have that covered. But if we have like a high school where they don't really have the school crossing for the kids, and a lot of kids are going out to lunch and coming back, and we're having a lot of accidents, then we might consider putting a bridge over from a parking lot across a road where there's higher speed and no stop signs. And so having that kind of precise data as to exactly what kind of where location and what is actually causing the deaths for pedestrians would help us to better understand what the county can possibly do in order to properly provide access in a safe manner to get in those areas. So if you do have that data and you can map it out like you did with crashes, I would love to see that so we can have some understanding of what we need to look at in order to approach the safety for the pedestrians as well in a different way.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how or what we plan to do, and I guess I don't know if that might be, Mo, a question for you, but I think one of the challenges we have in the county is that many of our major roadways are state highways. And so I'm wondering how, if we have any buy-in from NMDOT, how we plan to approach that, because I know that relationship can be challenging. I know one example is when I look at the Alameda Arroyo crossing across Valley, where people will get stuck, whether it's bicyclists, pedestrians, they end up getting stuck because motorists don't yield the right-of-way. And what ends up happening is, we've approached NMDOT, we've asked them to try to look at something, even flashing lights, something to bring it up. I get a lot of nodding heads from NMDOT, and then it falls on deaf ears. So I'm trying to figure out how, if we start looking at this and we identify potential issues on state highways or improvements on state highways, what kind of agreement or buy-in will we have with NMDOT to help with some of these improvements that we identify?
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Actually, that's what we have been discussing since the beginning of this program. And we knew that crashes most going to be happening on a state road, but at the same time, these are the citizens of our county. We have to take care of them. So what we have to do is we are working with NMDOT. NMDOT is also committed to Mission Zero. So all the agencies are committed to. Now we have to put all of our energy together, I guess create a synergy that we can all approach next year's application for the implementation of SS4A program. That's one of them. The second one is really falls on you all. You have more power than us. You're elected official, get with the legislatures in Santa Fe. This is Highway 28. We have a lot of fatalities. What do we need to do? We need to create a separation of bike trails for people riding on 28 so they won't get killed. For school crossing, bridges, we have to meet the wheelchair ramps requirement. So sometimes those things that cost a lot of money. Can it be done? Yeah, but everything costs money, and the only way we can really approach it is a team effort. And we are here standing in front of you and explaining what's going on, and hopefully, and the input you all giving us is really valuable to us, and that's why we're going to take it to your constituents, because they are the one who are getting killed out here, and we want to know what's going on. I mean, and that's what Aaron was talking about. We're going to show them the map. You pinpoint what you've seen it, because a lot of times crashes happen, and because they're under influence or something, they leave the scene, and we never know, but people know this happened here, so we want to get input from the customer, what the accidents and crashes are happening, so we can take care of it. And we're also open for suggestion. We are engineers, we don't have all the solutions, but we're also here to listen to you all, and with your experiences and your closeness with your constituents, tell us what else do you want us to do. Like the program said, we have traditional way worked, not as good. Now we're changing it. We say drivers make mistakes, and they also have limitations.
No, and I appreciate it. I just want to, like I said, I think that's one of my concerns, and I appreciate, like I said, the team approach, and that's where I want to go.
Right.
And understand. I just don't. I want to make sure that hopefully we have some of those discussions are happening, so that when we get further in the analysis and we have those discussions with them, we have that joint, like I said, an application for the SS4A grant application, whatever it may be, that we're doing it together and we have a commitment from them, because, I just see it like even this morning coming into the commission meeting, I had 4 bicyclists come 2 in each direction that were coming up Roadrunner. And so we see that you highlighted Highway 28. We have these corridors that we have bicyclists. We have living off of Valley. There's a lot of hesitation to even let our kids walk a quarter mile to school, to the elementary, because of the speeds and so on. So I think, like I said, I'm curious to see, as we get more input, what we can do to bring that sense of security and really kind of highlight what our residents can do, because we live in Doña County, and we have some of the most amazing weather, maybe not in July when it's 100 and some degrees out, but we have some of the most amazing weather and outdoor spaces that people can recreate. And so we want to make sure, how do we keep them safe, and how do we encourage them to come out and participate? So thank you, Mo, appreciate it. I'm looking forward to whatever support you need. I think we're all here to support this.
Thank you, commissioners. That's why we approach this. We apply for the grants because we believe you're committed to it. I mean, we had 400,000 from feds. You all committed another 100,000 to match. So everybody knows there is commitment from the county elected officials to bring to Mission Zero. Nobody's doubting that. It's just implementation, unfortunately, takes time to implement it, and we are going to have to prioritize them, which one we want to know. And when the bicyclist group are sitting there, they were invited to our meetings. Every meeting they're invited. We have the list of their names, and we're going to contact them. We share the information with them, and they have been really big factor in contributing a lot of information to us, because I don't ride bicycle, I barely drive. So, I mean, they call it, I drive under influence. My wife tells me how to drive. So, but, we're really committed to Mission Zero, and you're correct. I mean, we have the best weather, so our people are going to be out there. A lot of bicyclist group are coming down here, conducting the races down here. because we have open roads and also the good weather. So we got to be, recognizant of what's going on in there and try to, it's not really try, I mean, I say we are committed to really do the best we can to reduce it. How long will it take us? I hope not that long, but still the commitment is to zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, thank you. Any other comments from Commission? Okay. Commissioner Chapato, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for coming in today, and this was a great presentation, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention. If I could make one quick request, Commissioner Sanchez, when the interactive map goes live, that particular situation that you're describing about, that's exactly the kind of input that we're looking for, that's location specific and that's mode specific. So if I can give you a tiny bit of a homework assignment, that would be great.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree with that. I'd like to be able to have a map where I can select areas, show me the data, let me push the button and go to that area and kind of see two things. Number one, exactly what type of accidents, what kind of things are occurring there. And secondly, I'd like to also get a visual of the area, both in 2D and possibly in 3D, so I can inspect it to see what kind of options we have in order to fix the problem as well. And if we had something like that, that would be awesome. Tied in with Google Earth or something.
We'll look into tying into Google Earth, but we'll definitely get the mapping on the website for you to review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, next up, we do have item number 13, which is an update on our external ethics point complaints hotline. And we do have our constituent services manager, Liz Reed. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So before I start, I'd like to introduce Pauline Jacone, the new constituent service specialist, to the commission. So she may look familiar because Pauline has worked for the county before, both in the treasurer's office and in the finance department. So I just wanted to put a face to the name from when I emailed you guys. All right. So per the request from interim County Manager Lopez, I am here to give an update on Ethics Point Compliance Hotline and Internet Quorum. And I apologize in advance, it's been a while since I've done this. Here we go. So just a recap of what is the hotline. The purpose of the hotline is to report alleged violations of county human resources policies and the code of conduct by county staff, county elected officials, or county volunteers. In county ordinances, the county established the external telephone and web-based hotline, so it is covered by policy. So submitting a hotline complaint, that slide explains how people can report. And they can go to the website or they call the toll-free number. They can report 24/7, 365. I know one of the questions I often get is what happens when a hotline complaint is submitted. So when people submit a hotline complaint, they get what's called a report key, which is basically a passcode specifically for that complaint and that complainant. And that report key is needed to log back onto Ethics Point or to call the toll-free number to check back on their complaint. When a complaint is submitted through the Ethics Point hotline, the county receives email notification. It goes to myself, the county attorney, the HR director, the ACMs, the internal auditor, and the senior HR administrator. I notify the county manager separately via email. I'd also like to stress Ethics Point hotline is the most efficient way to submit a complaint. Again, if I'm not available to do intake in person, people can report this way. It ensures continuity to the process and documentation. And there was a time a few years back where someone mailed in anonymous hotline complaints, and isn't like our office gets a high volume of mail. So that definitely was not an efficient way to report their allegations. All right, so this just shows what it currently looks like, and this is actually the external Navix Global Ethics Point system. It's not the county website. So slide 5 shows a breakdown of anonymous complaints submitted in 2023 compared to what I call self-identified. So those are folks who provide their name and contact information. So there were 28 anonymous, 8 who self-identified. And I'd like to also say that Navix Global Ethics Point does not keep IP configuration. So if you submit anonymously, there's no way anybody will ever know who you are unless you self-identify. This slide shows the breakdown of people submitting through the website, meaning they submit it, or calling the toll-free phone number. And so our contract with Navix Global does include Spanish. So if you call in speaking Spanish, they do have intake specialists who speak Spanish. So 20 submitted via the hotline web, and 16 called the toll-free phone number. So this slide does a breakdown of the 2023, oops, sorry. There we go. The 2023 complaints. There were 11 the assessors, Sheriff's Office was 7, Detention 5, Finance had 3, Health and Human Services had 3, Doña County had 2, Facility and Parks had 2, BOCC had 1, County Clerk had 1, County Manager had 1. I just want to stress that in early 2023, 7 individuals used Ethics Point Hotline to submit personal messages of support or kudos for the assessor's election win and or support for the appointment of the chief deputy assessor. Those of us who have get those emails know what I'm talking about, which obviously is not the purpose of the hotline. So that's why you see the number 11 for the assessor, 7 of which were not really hotline related. Okay, so this slide gives a breakdown of the categories that are currently in the Ethics Point system. So other were 12, bullying, abusive conduct 5, discrimination, harassment 3, confidentiality and misappropriation 2, fraud 2, hiring 2, nepotism, favoritism, inappropriate workplace relationships 2, time reporting 2, badging access control 1, data privacy and computer usage 1, environmental protection, health and safety 1, procurement contract issues 1, public corruption 1, retaliation 1. So this just gives an idea of the time it takes to close some of the complaints. And then some challenges. So the ethics point or the external hotline is actually written in this job description. So in my 9+ years handling this, one of the biggest challenges is anonymous reporters not checking back on their complaints. So there are, and vague complaints are an issue. I encourage people all the time, if you submit anonymously, please check back on your complaints because there might be updates, additional questions. Years ago, I remember an anonymous complaint that was submitted that said that they were told to watch their back. That was it. Obviously, there was nothing the county could really act on because the individual did not provide further details. In my opinion, lack of training of supervisors to investigate hotline complaints. That's something that I've mentioned to HR, and I was happy to see that that is included in the new compliance officer's job description. Not getting responses back from certain departments. They know who they are. Interim County Manager Lopez knows who they are. And it's really the last 8 months. I don't know why, but it's been very, very challenging to get updates on these complaints. I do want to give a kudos to the detention center team. They have always been responsive and timely and thorough in their investigations. So thank you, Brian and his team over there. And also important, data is only as good as the information that's provided back. So upcoming changes, as you know, the hotline will be moving to the compliance officer when he or she is hired. And we've been having ongoing discussions about changing the current Ethics Point Foundation system to Ethics Point E-Lite, or it's also called Ethics Point Professional. We've had meetings, and we being the interim county manager, ACM Weir, HR Director Haynes, has had virtual meetings with Navix Global. I have routed document for the county manager's signature to change to E-Lite. What we like about E-Lite is more internal accountability for those responsible for investigating the hotline complaints, such as automatic reminders. And if I recall, their supervisors can receive notification that somebody is behind on getting their responses into an allegation. Additionally, E-Lite, there's also a way to manually enter in the system by an individual on behalf of someone else. And the analytics will note the method of intake. So right now, when a complaint, I receive a complaint directly, I've been instructed since I've been here that I have to maintain that documentation separately. So I have a hard file of those complaints. And so of those complaints I received in 2023, there were 4, and one, I remember one was about a law enforcement officer using a restroom in the building and their gun fell to the floor. And so through the various checks, that officer was actually external. It was not a county deputy. So DASO notified their folks about that. Any questions so far?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Of course, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, Liz, going back on your chart, it's page 71, but it's the Ethics Point Hotline complaints by department. Am I missing that? There's no complaints about the Human Resources Department?
Not in 2023, through Ethics Point, no.
Okay, because on the next slide, in 2023, on the next slide, you actually mentioned, or you actually show that there is a hiring complaint about halfway down between nepotism and hiring and fraud. Does a hiring complaint not fall under Human Resources?
So that could be, so again, unless I open that specific complaint, it could be that that complaint isn't actually a hotline complaint, because people use the hotline to report things that are not a violation of HR policy. Like, I believe last year, and the county attorney might remember this, or Deb might remember, people submitted about child abuse, restaurants. So without me opening that specific one, it could be a complaint about a different department hiring, not about HR. It could be about, CCS hiring.
Okay.
So I would have to open that, but so it has to be a different department, that category is. Otherwise, it would be noted in the analytics that HR was one of the departments that there was a complaint about in 2023. So these beautiful graphs are actually from Ethics Point
Okay, so,
through the analytics.
are you only responsible for complaints that are coming through Ethics Point and no other complaints in the county?
So I, per my job description, it's the external hotline, which is Ethics Point.
Okay.
And there are times where people will have people speak to me directly about their complaints, but I always try to push them back towards Ethics Point because that's more efficient notification. But I do not get every personnel-related complaint in the county or allegations against every county official in the county.
Okay, so looking at your list here, just of the different types of complaints by issue, I'm trying to calculate approximately how many complaints we're talking about, but it looks like,
So there was 30, let's see here.
maybe 15?
So in 2023, in the Ethics Point hotline, there were 36 total complaints.
Okay, so,
Or I should say allegations, because they're really allegation unless they're substantiated.
okay, so do you provide, are you planning to provide us any kind of report on what kind of complaints we have, what kind of impact there was, what kind of action was taken? And let me explain why. It's because in order for us to address any kind of policy concerns as this board, it's important that we have a little more information about the substance of the complaints. To say that we have the complaints is one thing, but if there's complaints that do address policy that we should consider, then we need more information about that for this board to actually take action.
Well, I'll defer to the county administration, the county attorney on that in regards to, because of course, all that stuff is public record, but I defer to them as to what I should provide, because you're talking, there's easy ways where you can just PDF them and email them, but I defer to.
Well, I'd like to point out that this is the first presentation we've had on this since I've been
Right.
on the board.
Right.
And so if in fact the Ethics Point hotline has any value, then that the boards could use and could take advantage of, then we should be made aware of the information a little more often and more quickly, and also recommend actions this board might take in order to address some of these issues. So since this is the first time, the question, it begs the question, do we continue with the ethics hotline if it has no value? Or do we try to figure out, if we're going to have the hotline and it does have value, how do we extrapolate that value in order to make this board a more effective policymaking body?
Well, I personally will be moving out of this role in the next few months. So, that's conversations I guess we'll continue having. I know, like I said, that the intent is to move to a higher level to improve staff's responses to the hotline.
Possibly my question should be addressed to the county manager.
Yes.
Mr. Manager, do you have any thoughts on this subject?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, and that is the intent of this being a starting point for you. The fact that you hadn't had any discussion on this before, I think you're spot on. It's hard to even know if you should be making any policy changes if you're not even aware of what complaints are coming in. So this is a starting point that times out fairly well with the implementation of the code compliance officer. That person and that board will be able to be much more deliberate and engaged with the commission in making recommendations than it has been historically under constituent services. Is that kind of what your expectations are moving forward?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. County Manager. It's spot on, is because we are changing some policies and we're trying to change some policies to be more effective and replace some policies that haven't worked.
Right.
And so if we have a application, ethics policy, ethics hotline that's not providing any value, then I think we have to reconsider, what do we want this hotline to be? What do we want it to do? And what do we want to accomplish with it? If not, then we should scrap it and go to something else. Okay? But if it has value, then let's find the value. Let's determine what it is. How do we get the value out of it? And how do we use it as a tool for us to better manage the county, and we need to be proactive about that. So yes, thank you. I'm glad it's the first stop, but I'd like to see some sort of culmination of exactly how these complaints are, what the substance of these complaints are. I mean, just to say something is like you mentioned, I said you got a hiring complaint, why isn't that HR? Well, it could come from a different department. Well, there's no way right now, looking at this presentation, to pull any kind of value out of this information that you're providing us, in my opinion. Not for me, anyway. So in order for us to do this, we have to have a mechanism where we can say, if we have this information, what kind of format do we put it in so we can actually grab some value out of it for the board. So I'd like it presented in a different way so that we can see what we're talking about, rather than just highlighting statistics that don't really have a value we can get out of them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. County Manager, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Liz.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds, and thank you, Mr. Lopez. I think, and Liz, thank you so much for having the presentation for us, and I agree with, I think like you said, and as Commissioner Reynolds stated, this is the first time we've had a presentation about this. I did want to highlight, the hope is that based off of the changes to the Code of Conduct, we should have at least at a minimum quarterly reports that'll be coming out with this. But I do agree, I think and I think you noted it, Liz, and I think hopefully as we start making changes, and I know you're not, like I said, I know you're stepping away and we're making a transition here.
Yes.
My hope is that, we look at ethics point, but then we have a whole nother set of data that's separate. And I can understand sort of why, but I think if going to Commissioner Reynolds' point, if we're looking at the data to understand maybe where we're seeing maybe some issues that are raised or potential opportunities for changes, we've got to figure out how to combine it all together so that we understand overall what's coming through ethics point, what may be coming through direct conversations, so that we can start seeing some data trends. And I know maybe that's something we'll have to work with the compliance officer as we move forward. And the other thing I'd like to say, and I don't know, it's not so much a question, but I know I've having been chairman before, when there were concerns that had been raised through ethics point that were anonymous, it seemed to me that some of those anonymous complaints, the loop was not completely ever, and I don't know, maybe it's never closed, or if it just happened that someone didn't respond. But it seemed like some of the complaints were closed without closing the loop of the person who brought the complaint up. And we found that it was acceptable because we didn't get a response, because it was anonymous, because it was brought up through ethics point. So I want to make sure that maybe as we move forward, that we make sure we find a way before we close a complaint that we do have that loop closed, and so that we understand that whatever the result of a complaint is, that it is acceptable to the person that raised the concern. And I coming from my experience working outside of the county, one of the things that I've seen and that I've been appreciative of working for the company that I do is that they place a high value on integrity and being able to report complaints. And what I see is that some people aren't comfortable enough to raise it up to the manager, to certain line of within the direct reporting line.
Right.
And so having the ability to report anonymously, or having, in my case, there's also an ombuds person that I can call that's outside that's outside of my direct organization that can also help. But I understand why this is an important piece, the anonymous piece, so that people can feel safe without worry of retaliation. And so hopefully, we can take those, continue to get this to become a better reporting system, find improvements. And I think the one thing, Liz, you noted, I think on I can't remember which slide it was, I don't have it up here at the moment, but where we talked about maybe better training for supervisors and how to handle complaints. That might be something we look at as we move forward with trying to create training matrices or continuous opportunities for training for our employees, for our supervisors, that they understand, here's your role in this process, and here's your responsibilities for it. So that way it's very clear on how they can handle it, how they're not supposed to handle it, and hopefully create that environment that we can accept when people have a concern, and we address them to make sure that they feel safe in working in Doña County and being able to raise those concerns and opportunities for improvement, whatever it may be. So I know that was a lot of talking. I know that wasn't a question, but I think, like I said, I think some of the points you bring up are good. I just want to make sure, as we said, this is a starting point. I want to make sure that hopefully we take those points and start figuring out how we improve.
So when it comes to complaints, anonymous or not, there is a response that's posted in the system. Anonymous are challenging because if they don't check back on their complaint, they don't see the information. We also use it, or I use it, as an opportunity to educate on what policy is. Because there's been complaints submitted before where someone will allege nepotism when it's not nepotism. So I use that opportunity to explain to them what nepotism is per county HR policies and procedures. It's unfortunate. I don't know if it's a matter of they lose their key code or what happens, that they don't check back on their complaints. But yeah, I know we work very hard to ensure that there are messages posted in Ethics Point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. So just some things come to mind really quick, and I think a lot of it has to do with internal complaints, and I think it's something that we need to look at when we're looking at the new position that we have, not so much with you, Liz, but I think we need to look at how we handle internal department complaints. If you go to your supervisor, are we then inputting things into Ethics Point, or are we handling it internally? Is there a system that tracks that? Is HR aware of these kind of situational complaints? I just think, we're a huge county with 800 employees, and I think we need to kind of look at how we are managing these, because 35 in 2023 seems like a low number for 800 employees. So if we're going to use Ethics Point, is that where we need to track all complaints and be inputting them and having the directors input things so that it's better tracked? Or what is the system that we're doing that on? Because I understand what Ethics Point is. It's a hotline to offer anonymous and or non-anonymous complaints. But if they have the ability to make our internal structure easier and better, I think we need to look at that to track everything more transparently and above board. So that's something that I just want to put out there, that maybe we need to look at that for the future, going into this new position and how these are going to be handled. But also I think another just quick question is until that position is hired, Liz, you are still...
Correct. I'm still the administrator of the hotline,
Okay.
which means I sign complaints.
Okay.
And so also I just want to point out that when someone new starts with the county, a new department head, whatever, I add them into Ethics Point. I send them an email explaining what Ethics Point is. And I always tell them, if you have any questions on how to handle a complaint, please get with your HR administrator, because that's not I'm not an HR professional, so. All right, so let's move on. No further questions. Move on to internet quorum. So if you may recall, the board approved the funding to replace the county's internally created system called CARF, and we selected the system called Internet Quorum. County staff, county management had demos with vendors before this decision was made, and IQ is the same system that are used by members of Congress and other government agencies, including the city of Albuquerque. So we only had 3 months to to do the data migration prior to the end of fiscal year '23. I'd like to thank IT for all their help on that. And we went live June 16th, 2023. So this is just a screenshot of various code breakdowns that are in IQ. The CCD numbers reference the county commission district numbers. And this is a breakdown of complaint areas. And the legacy data that is noted with 596, that's actually from CARF. So the data from the most current 3 years that were transferred into CARF. That's what that references. So we can, in the system, there's the map component. So you can see complaints. And when you click on the little icon thing, it'll give you more information about the complaint. And so I kind of call them like cases as well, or inquiries, because there's times that our department might get a call about somebody needing a housing rehabilitation assistance, or they're moving here from a different state, so they have questions. So it isn't like we can pin it to a specific location. So the top 3 that our department gets complaints, concerns, inquiries about fall in engineering, roads, community development, facilities, and parks. A lot of the community development ones are more codes enforcement and zoning enforcement related. And this is also information your EAs have access to. So there's various reporting and pretty graphs in the system that shows productivity. And you can see the zip code. We can do zip code breakdown of the complaints and inquiries, which is very cool, because as you know, CARF didn't really do anything. It was just a system for us to log the concern, complaint, and assign it to department. A few years into our time here, we worked with IT to get the ability to attach things to CARF, but IQ has various capacities and reporting features that I'm sure I don't know what they all are yet, because there's a lot of them. So we also have the ability to do communication and outreach through IQ. So I've been working with Facility and Parks on sending out e-newsletters about the Salem County Park project. We're going to be sending out another one here shortly, and thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I talked to him last week for his input, and I had a conversation with Facility and Parks Director Robert Herrera this morning as well. We can also do e-surveys in IQ. We can attach YouTube videos, links into the communications so people can just link on and see it. We being interim county manager Lopez, I think IT director English was on that call, had conversation with our vendor, Ledios, about incorporating social media messages in IQ, looking at the current licenses to see which licenses we may be able to reassign, because the county has 50 licenses. So I'm in the process of doing that. I've had conversations with Mr. Lopez about do we get more licenses, because right now the county has 50. Do we increase that to 25? So there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes with Internet Quorum. When I've personally done training, or when William with Ledios has done training, we invite your EAs and other IQ users to participate. I recently did a training on how to do an e-newsletter, or not e-newsletter, we've done that training with William, but how to do basically email out of IQ to someone. And so Commissioner Reynolds, I understand you have a new EA, so I need to get her their contact information. All right, I'll get her contact information so I can get her an IQ and do training with her. So there's just a lot to the system. And I'm very excited about just all the data and that we can see in it. But of course, the data is only as good as when we put the information in the system. So that's something that we continue looking at and working on. I do have, so IQ has various SOPs. They're already in the system that I know I refer to. And it is on my vast to-do list to create additional SOPs. So I stand for any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Liz, I'm looking at this system. It says it's intranet as opposed to internet. Does that mean that only people inside the company or inside the county can submit to this, or is this the public access?
So it's internet quorum, and so yes, on the county's website there are, and thank you for that question. There are 2 forms, action request forms, I believe they're called. When they are submitted, when someone submits that lands into IQ. And so we see it comes up looking like an email, like a.
Someone outside the county or someone inside the county?
Outside,
Okay,
outside the
so-
county.
So, okay, let me think if I'm hearing you correctly. So there's a phone, which you can get to calls, which is the previous one, the ethics hotline, ethics point. And this is actually the internet interface that also provides the ability to do complaints.
So the internet quorum is for county services related. So per the direction of our interim county manager, I'm working with PIO on creating a one-sheeter. Once it's finalized, we'll have it translated into Spanish too, that talks about the difference between the Ethics Point Compliance Hotline, which is personnel-related HR policies, complaints, compared to Internet Quorum, which is more service-related like weeds, trash, road work. So that's being worked on.
Okay.
So even if you're not an IQ user, we can communicate with non-IQ users through the system.
So I think make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So this is in fact an interface that the public can use in order to provide us specific complaints about services and not about human resource policies. That's what I heard you say.
Yes, Internet Quorum is for services, Ethics Point hotlines, personnel complaints.
Okay. Now, the next thing is this the interface also anonymous? Or can they also, are they required to put in a contact information so we can call them back and get more information, more detail?
They can submit anonymously, and even before we had IQ, there was the action request form that was on the county's website that went to Susan Caradero and I, and they can submit anonymously. But with IQ, and I'm trying to remember before IQ, but we would get an email address. So we can email the individual.
Okay, I saw that I have roughly 34 items on this list that came to my district. Would you have me in the loop as someone you would reach out to in order to communicate these complaints and ID who my constituents are so I can reach out to them and talk to them myself? Or is this something that's handled totally behind the scenes and I'm never aware of it?
No, there's times that, because I can think of there's that one in Chaparral. I know that you were part of.
Bob.
So this was last year. Trying to remember the gentleman's name.
Woody.
No, it wasn't Dr. Woody. It was
Okay.
someone else. But we do try to keep you informed. I can certainly run a report for your district. I know I've provided Commissioner Reynolds, Commissioner Sanchez, and this is, you can't really see it because, so the data, it's all about what you guys want to see in your report because there's so many things that couldn't be pulled. So So that's an example.
For myself, the things that I would be interested in is two things. Number one is if I have a person who's consistently having a problem, I'd like to be able to get brought into the loop so I can try to deal with them individually, number one. But number two, if there's a consistent complaint about a specific item, let's say that there's a stop sign that's been down for 20 days or 30 days and it's in a four-way intersection, four-way stop intersection, I'd like to know about that so I can get involved in the process of making sure that we're getting the resources in the county activated so they can actually take care of the problem. So if there are certain situations where I would like to be involved, or at least my assistant be involved, so that I can be made aware and get directly involved in the process to making sure that these things are corrected and fixed and not repeated and not persistent. So if I haven't been, yeah, I would like to have a report as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Liz, I have a question here.
Yes, ma'am.
On your, if you can go back on page 178 of 208.
Which one is that?
That one.
Okay.
So this is is it complaints, or if you can explain more about this?
So this is based on complaints, inquiries, whatever we want to call them. So in regards to, so you see there was 78 that were noted in District 3, and this, I ran it for when we started IQ last summer to sometime in June, because that's when I was supposed to present. So at that time, like in County Commission District 1, there was under 119. So again, these could just be inquiries like, hey, I need housing rehab assistance, and they live in District 1. Then we refer them to the external organizations that do that. District 5, 110. Codes enforcement, 19. Our office may have been involved in 55. Detention center, there are 3. And usually with detention center, they're trying to communicate with a family member. So basically, these are the numbers. Like in human resources, they had 1, and without, I'd have to actually open it to see what it was about, but I imagine it was like hiring-related questions, because that sometimes happens. So does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, because I see on mine District 2, 1. And everybody's like really
Right.
high. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
So I'll be happy to double check that for you, and run a report for you.
I mean, I usually get people call me and, to address anything that's going on. I get a lot of phone calls, but when I saw that, it said just one, I was like, I didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, I'll double check on that for you.
Thanks.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair, while you're composing that thought, if I can add a couple things.
Of course, I am composing thoughts.
First, I've got to commend Commissioner Reynolds on his eagle eye of spotting that this is called intranet quorum. That is the name by the company, even though it is an internet solution. So I don't know why they called it that, but it's trademarked now, and that is what it is. And I think it's also helpful to realize IQ is probably more similar to a helpline that a company might have. When your internet's not working, you call the helpline. Well, this is similar for our constituents out in the county. My road's not working. Having a hard time with the detention center, being able to bail my son, daughter, family member out, whatever that may be. So a lot of the requests coming in are not complaints per se. They are constituents reaching out for help.
Requests.
Is that fair, Liz?
Right. And I would also say that building the contacts in IQ, because I know that's been a question. So per my interaction or my conversation with our dear county clerk, we can't use their data because it's not our data, it's state voter registration data, and there's state law against that. So I don't know about you, sometimes I just have thoughts pop in my head. So I was driving in this morning, and as we know, ERAP is going to be ending sometime soon. And they have the Neighborly software system that they've been using. So I emailed everyone this morning, IT, county administration, asking, is there a way for the contact information in Neighborly to be basically put in IQ? So that's something that they're working on. Steve and I also had conversation and working with Felipe and IT about making things more easy to find, like not only Internet Quorum and the hotline, but Record Book and Connect Doña. So working on something on the landing page of the county website, you know, with some kind of verbiage. I've asked Anita Skipper for her thoughts as to what verbiage should be used to make it easier for people to find that information instead of digging through the county website. So that's something that's in the works as well.
Mr. Chair and board members, this is how we've been using IQ, but it is much more powerful than we've been using. And so I think part of the discussion we need to have as a team is, do we start taking advantage of IQ's capability of outreach as well? Do we use it as kind of our system of record for a lot of things? I am sure all of you have received emails from a constituent and responded by email to that constituent, which is great, but we don't then have visibility as a county on, hey, these issues keep coming up. So if you all would like, it is certainly my recommendation that we look at making IQ more formally part of our communications system so that we do have access to the metrics over time where we can see these issues. You can drill down in your district to see what keeps popping up, if there are hot spots, hot roads, whatever it may be. But if that is the direction we go, we may be coming back to you then with some formal policy for adoption or something like that. And then we will certainly need to enhance that training component that Liz has already mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And with that being said, too, I think as IQ is still relatively new to the county, and like you were talking about, Liz, complaints going through the website and making it a little more easier to navigate and access, I think is great ideas. If IQ is to be that platform, it should be a true customer service platform where people can go in and, I do get a lot of emails every day. I mean, you can see by 119 for the workflow, that I do ask Liz, and when Susie was over there, and now Garrett, to input things into IQ religiously. When I get an email, I always, have Garrett monitoring when I get a complaint and it goes in. And I think tracking those and making sure that we're doing those, but I do know that there needs to be, like Mr. Lopez said, either an SOP or a resolution or some kind of thing of how this is being used and utilized by everyone. Because if this is the software that we are going to use here at Doña County to log complaints, to interact with different departments, to make sure that we are following up on road issues, animal control issues, fire and rescue, flood commission, whatever that is, and everyone's getting these licenses, then yeah, we're going to need to up those licenses. I would love to see that budget request come through immediately. If this is a software that we're going to continually use. I think that if a complaint is made online, it needs to be auto-populated into IQ or whatever software we use, because using multiple facets to get information is not helpful to our constituents. It's not helpful to me. Liz, it cannot be helpful to you. It's just, it's all over the place, and monitoring those, like I got an email late last night from a constituent that was through the online portal, but then I need to get that email from the online portal into IQ because it's not been put into IQ yet. And there's 20 different steps for one thing to be done, and then being able to monitor it. And Liz, I know that it has to be a lot for you as well. if I'm frustrated, I can only imagine that you and your team are frustrated. But I want to invest in what we are doing.
Right.
If this is what we're doing, I will invest in it. I will sit up on this dais and I will tell you over and over again, invest in it, because I had a meeting this morning at 8 a.m. and right before the commission meeting, and I'm working with this constituent, but I don't have the tools to work with that constituent properly. And that's a failure on us as a board of county commissioners. If I do not have the tool at my fingertips, and then I have to run across the hall and talk to Jamie, and I have to go downstairs and talk to constituent services, it's actually embarrassing for me as a county commissioner to have to tie everyone in using either Teams or calling or texting their county cell phone number. But if IQ is going to do that, then we need to do that. We need to be there, and we need to be there at light speed. So I'm going to challenge you, Liz, as well as our county manager, our two ACMs. Kent, you know where I am on this. We've talked multiple times. I'll scream it from Mount Olympus if I have to, but that is our job here at the county, is to be customer service focused. And I feel like I'm not able to do my job. I still don't have an IQ license. I know we're working on it, but I need to be able to access that information, and I'm not able to do it. And it's no fault on yours, Liz, because if we're limited on licenses, then we need to fix that. But I need reassurance from everyone in this room that this is a system that's going to do this. Because if it's not, then we need to look at it. Because right now I feel like I said, emails come in from the website, it's not tracked through IQ, and then someone has to double back to put it into IQ to send it out to the departments so the departments can update IQ. And then someone's going to make a phone call to the constituent and it's not logged in IQ. And then I'm calling a constituent or emailing a constituent. And I'm asking Garrett to put it into IQ because I don't have access, or asking Liz to do it. And it is so much. For a county our size, it is so much. Maybe we need to go up and talk to Bernalillo County and find out, or Albuquerque, and find out how they're using it, because I can only imagine that they have 5 times the number of county-related issues that we have. But I want this to be a focus for us. We need to be more transparent with how this all works, because right now, if you go onto the website to Doña County and you want to make a complaint, by golly, good luck. Godspeed, good luck, have fun, because I can't figure it out. So this is one of my push points, as you can all probably tell, but we need to do better on this. Liz, I want to give you every resource possible to help you with this. We just need to know what we're doing, because I feel like this is not helpful. I'm sorry. I really am, guys. I'm so sorry. I know that Liz, you and Susie and your team have put your heart and soul into this for 2 years now. I get it, but ooh, it's a push point for me. So I really just want us to focus on this and figure out that this is what we want to do. Board, I don't know if you're on the same page, but I'm there after a year and a half. So Liz, again, thank you for you and your team and all the work that you do. Thank you to every single department that gets IQ requests from me, because obviously there's 119. So thank you for addressing those in a timely manner. I appreciate it. But I feel between internet, Teams, phone, text messages, and IQ, there is way too many communications platforms, and we need to narrow it down to what we're going to do. It needs to be a true customer service relationship management system through and through.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A couple of points, and I appreciate you because I agree with your sentiments. Mr. Lopez, I think my thought is if IQ is going to be the system we want to use to communicate, I'm all for, if that's what Liz or the staff think, then I think let's take a shot at, let's take a swing. If we find it doesn't have the capabilities or we need to figure out like add-ons to it, then let's get that figured out. But I think let's take a swing at it. I think we've got to get better at how we communicate with our constituents. I think you brought up the newsletter for the Salem Colony Park. And that is one, one thing that I know we've tried different ways in which to reach out to our residents to let them know, we're having a meeting, whether that's social media, whether that's now we have a big list of email for the distribution list so that we can get it out there. But like I said, I think that's one helpful piece. So I think on the communication piece, I'm 100% behind if that's what the staff recommends. The other part is that I do agree with the chairman, and it goes back to internet quorum, or the ethics point, and the conversations that we had yesterday afternoon about how do we get community involvement. I think at the end of the day, the connecting theme is data. And how do we get, we've made these investments into these systems. And I remember IQ specifically when we did that was because we wanted to get the data. So how do we get this data, whether it's ethics point, whether it's community input for, through the strategic plans, it's IQ, but we need to use this data and start being able to parse through, because I know we just had the discussion for the Safe Streets for All and how we want to look at traffic data to inform us. Well, I think this is the same exact thing, because I know, Liz, you get inundated with this. I know before we had IQ, we had CARFs, and I know Susie was putting in a bunch of CARFs for these calls, and now Mary Louise, I have her working with IQ to put in everything, and it's not always, I think to Commissioner Reynolds' point, it's not always something that involves a county department. It can involve, I've had water issues, I've had other quasi-governmental issues that Mary Louise has put in, and had the conversations of how do we start connecting people with those organizations. But I think but we still document it, because I want to know, at least from what I've had discussions with Mary Louise when we do this, is if we have complaints about water issues, let's have that data in our database so that then we can maybe have that discussion with the Water Association of, hey man, I'm getting hit, or we're getting a ton of calls for these issues. And what can we do to help address that? And I know that's, like I said, it's outside of our box, but I think, like I said, if we have those data that inform us to maybe start understanding where we need to start, whether say roads is another one. If we're having a lot of complaints on roads, Mo gets involved and starts figuring out, hey, maybe we've got to start figuring out a plan for these areas. I don't know, these are just examples, but I think the more data we have, it can only help us to hopefully be more proactive and less reactive. And whatever you need, Liz, for the system, whatever I would say for our EAs and anybody else that they see with IQ, if there are opportunities on how to improve and we can figure out how to do it to make everybody's job easier and more productive, man, I'll support, because these conversations, so Mr. Lopez and Liz and anybody else that's been talking to us over the last, over the last few meetings, having these presentations that we've never had before, it helps enlighten us. And I'm truly appreciative of it. And I want to figure out how the BOCC can support the teams in your daily, in what you do to make it more productive, to start really serving our constituents in an even better manner. So thank you for bringing all of these things forward.
So just to also state, when it comes to the website, part of the conversation that Mr. Lopez and I have been having, and with Letios and IT, is like with web forms. So there's two web forms on the county's website, but we were having conversations about, okay, so is a web form needed on the county commissioner's website, or on the county's contact us website with drop-down options to various departments? So there's still conversations going on to try to streamline this, to try to curb all the communication avenues out there, because you have your regular Outlook, we all have regular Outlook, we have the communication that's submitted through the county's website. You get, text messages. Fortunately, I do not get text messages, But yeah, I mean, I think we're all just inundated in the avenues that people can communicate with us. And I know on weekends, I take my dogs hiking just to get a little communication debrief there. So yeah, I understand. Yeah, and I appreciate the support.
Mr. Chair. By the way, I want to say thank you to you, Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner Sanchez, and also County Manager Lopez for tying a bow around this whole concept, because I can't tell you how many complaints that I've gotten on water, on solid waste, on illegal dumping, on animal control. I mean, from constituents just calling me to say, I've reported this, but who do I go to? Who do I work with? How do we get this fixed? An example would be two of them I mentioned, which is water. With some 57 water companies here, we have no authority over them. And so we need to know how serious this is so we can actually franchise water in the county. So this board should be acting on that. We have the same situation with solid waste. We have absolutely no authority and control over the quality of service provided by these entities that we have that don't report to the county. So we have to choose, do we go into the water business? Do we go into utility business? Do we go into solid waste business? Or do we franchise these businesses so we have at least some sort of authority in order to have inspections to make sure they're meeting certain standards that we expect our community to have, our community requires? And one of those actually really impacts our fire department. I mean, the fact that I get calls, I can tell you probably 20 or 30 calls over my term about fire hydrants that were dry. And 3 trailers burned because there was no water to put the fire out. And then we spent extra money for water trucks and making them available everywhere so we can still serve the public. The best solution is not buying water trucks. The best solution is not waiting for somebody to tell us that the fire hydrant is empty. The best solution is franchising these organizations and requiring them to meet certain standards so that everybody wins. Now, the bigger picture that most people don't know about that is that if we can actually get our ISO rating down to a 1 and a 3, it cuts everybody's homeowner's policy in half at a minimum, and maybe more. So it returns more money back to our constituents just by doing our job and managing the services that are provided in a way that they're quality services that we can guarantee. So this is a much bigger picture, and just having this information and bringing this information to our attention in a quality way that we can actually act on it provides us with the ability to fix some of these problems long term. So that's why this is so important. So, and I appreciate your presentation because you've opened it up to a discussion that I think we should have had years ago. So thank you.
Again,
Thank you,
thank
Mr. Chair.
the interim county manager for asking me to present. So
Thank you.
So just my final thought, and then I'll get off my very large soapbox. I do want this to be a focus. I'm not gonna lie. I have been banging the drum for a little while now. But Commissioner Sanchez put it beautifully that having the issue with water and wastewater in our community has been a focal point for the last 6 months. We all know it. We've all been a part of it. We've all gotten the phone calls, the text messages, the emails, the front page news. And this, Commissioner Reynolds also said it is not within our jurisdiction for the most part. We don't have a say in this, but logging those issues and being able to see it on a regular basis and to track it and to see that information in front of us is invaluable, because that is where policy is made. That is how policy is made. And I don't want to put a Band-Aid on this. I don't want to put a Band-Aid on the website any longer. If it's not suiting this county, we got to get it done yesterday. And I think that's where we're at. I understand that we put our heart and soul into that website before I got here. I was a part of the launch on that. It was exciting. But if Intranet IQ can do this better than we can, or if there are services or add-ons like Commissioner Sanchez said, let's support it, let's explore it. But we really do need to get a better grasp on this, because the concerns, the complaints, the constituent issues, they don't stop. Like, you can see that they don't stop. And they're going to continue, and we're not going to get a break to really look at this. So we really do need to hone in on this as soon as possible. I would love to help if needed. I am a working commissioner. I try to be here and be accessible, but we need to, like you said, Liz, you know, Teams, Outlook, emails, IQ. I want to see something where there is a built-in chat function into this where you can chat with the individual that's inroads, that you can chat with that individual and put in notes and update it. But 50 licenses is not enough. More people need licenses. There needs to be more eyes on IQ if that's what it is. There needs to be more accountability on IQ. And the more eyes, the more licenses, and the more people that are checking in on that and looking at cases and checking out the District 1 and District 2 and District 3, 4, and 5 and the issues there and going through that on a regular basis and identifying issues and putting in their 2 cents and connecting them, the better. Because this isn't the 1990s. I should not have to walk someone to every single room in this building to connect them for a full day to get them what they need. We should have got it on the front end, and that's what IQ needs to be, and that's my soapbox. So thank you, Liz, and any other commissioners or interim county manager, if you have anything else, please
Chair.
take the mic away from me. Yes.
Well, I just, by looking at what on here on this report, we do have challenges in District 2.
Right.
Because I have a lot of individuals that will not use a computer, will not do IQ, and are not familiar, not computer savvy, and they've told me. And we have 2 big municipalities in District 2, City of Sunland Park and City of San Anthony. So a lot of the complaints that have gone, they've gone to those municipalities, right? But we do have a lot of people that will not use the IQ, and they'll refuse. No, they'll tell me, well, I'll just send you a text, or can you do it for me, a phone call? And that's how I bring it up to you, or the county in some of the complaints or inquiries or anything does not even have to do with the county. It's another entity that they're concerned about, and water or sewage or anything else. So there is a challenge in our district.
Right, and so we do put, I can't speak for every IQ user, and they should be doing this, but even for, as we've discussing, not county related, not county service related, but involving other municipalities. Like there's times I get complaints that fall within the city of Las Cruces. I enter them into IQ and I communicate with my counterpart at the city or with a department head at the city to let them know the county received this complaint, blah, blah, blah. And I know the Public Works Director is always responsive, very nice guy. So we do put those in the system. They can call, they can be entered into IQ. They don't have to have access to a website. They can send a letter, they can send, but of course we're trying to compile where people communicate. But I've had a woman who lives in Mexico who's been emailing because her husband is at the detention center. So I put her in IQ. And again, this is one that, when you look at the map, there's no way to quantify her location.
Exactly.
So, but she's in IQ.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez.
I feel like for feeling a little bit like I'm beating a dead horse here, because I think we're all, I think the messages were united. But yesterday afternoon, I know when Robert came up and I had asked the question about software that he had, and it was called Kaizen. And the reason I asked about it was because it's a term that's utilized in lean manufacturing. So I'm going to put my engineering hat on for a second, and if anybody, engineering is the practice of using natural science. Thank you, appreciate that. So
let her finish.
I love when that happens. It just starts talking to you when you're not
so
talking.
we're being listened to and watched. What I was going to say is that one of the things that if there's any either industrial engineers or mechanical engineers, lean manufacturing and the use of it for continuous improvement. And I think the idea is where, and I think this goes back to some of the things that the chairman brought up about the website and things like that, because we invested in a lot of these big projects. But I think we need to continue to think about the thought of continuous improvement in everything we do on a daily basis, because if there's opportunities to move forward, if it means tweaking or making changes, we can't be stuck in, how, and I know it sounds, this is gonna sound, where we've already made investment in something, but if we find it's not what we need, we can't be stuck in just accepting less than. So how do we work on continuous improvement? If it's a small thing in the way we change our processes, is it a change in policy? Is it a change in a system we use? I know as we get to learn Workday more, that'll be something else that we're gonna have to be better at and figure out how we improve on that. But I think those are the things that will help us get there. And I know, like I said, it's just that I see it, right? Because I think when we think change, many times people think they have to be big changes. But what we find is that many small changes do add up to big change. And so I think let's not, I guess, let's embrace that mentality. I think, like I said, the commission, as I feel like I'm getting the sentiment exactly that we want to find those opportunities to improve and invest and make changes. But I'll say this because, and I know for anybody else that's listening, especially those in the offices, we're here as the BOCC, we're part of this team, and we make a certain policy decisions. But at the end of the day, our teams are the ones that talk with the customers, that interact with the customers and all the different departments every day. And I would love to understand if they have an idea that comes up, raise that up, because if there's opportunities they see, because they're having to deal with, like in this case, we're talking, I know we're kind of off on a second here, but if they're hearing things from residents, if they're experiencing something with whatever they're doing, in this case, we're talking about IQ, how do we raise those things up so that we have more data points so we can figure out how to improve and get better and have that to continue what we do and improve as a county? Because as we grow, man, we need to figure out more ways in which to be more efficient. So like I said, I just wanted to bring that up because it just happened. Like I said, I think we're talking it, and it makes me excited. I know we've got to get through some of these, we're having these conversations because these are the first time we're having these conversations. But as we move forward with it, I think I'm excited for some of the changes that what could be coming.
You'll see the next e-newsletter.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So do we understand the direction of the board?
Mr. Chair, if I understand it, it is yes and more. And we can work with that. And just to let the board know, we do recognize limitations on our existing website. IT is working on that. And simultaneously, they're also exploring a county app for our cell phone users that can be much simpler than trying to manage a full web page on a cell phone screen.
Okay. Chair? Yes. If I may, I think just one thing that would be of use to us for those that interact with the commissioner support is that currently right now it seems like there's a little bit of duplication in efforts. Because I've fielded questions from some of the commissioner support. I know that it's something that's relatively new, but I've seen where Liz is interacting with a constituent complaint. I've seen where we're getting questions and feedback from the commissioners directly, and then we're also interacting with the commissioner support, and then they've also interacted with the department. And even as recently as about a week or two ago when I interacted directly, they didn't necessarily have answers for conversations that they had already had directly with commissioners. So I think it would be helpful if we understand what the direction is that's being given to the support staff as well, so that we can all come to the table and be productive. I'm not a fan of meetings for the sake of meetings. I prefer that they be working meetings, and sometimes I think we're not meeting with a specific agenda in mind or acting with the urgency that the constituent has, that they've already called you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, as well as other departments here at the county. So it'd be helpful for me, and I know my departments, because sometimes we just go round robin and it's not all in one place or with the finality of what we're doing.
No, I appreciate that feedback, and I think that ties into our comments at the very beginning of the discussion about how there needs to be an intercommunication network within IQ to where there can be comments and chat messages and things that are going on there, because it is all over the place at the moment. But I think that's something that we can work on when we work on a SOP with how constituent complaints are handled within that SOP and within that resolution, or however this commission wants to handle it. There can be conversations on how that is interacted with our assistants. I'm sure that they would all like the guidance as well, but we are all over the place, and I think that's where a lot of the frustration is coming from at the moment. I don't know if any other commissioner has thoughts on that as well. Okay. Yep, it's just something that we need to work on, but we need to definitely get there and assess what we're doing before we continue on. Perfect. Okay. Moving on, we have item number 14, which is our annual update from the Office of the Internal Auditor. We have Mr. Ernest, welcome. How many? I heard that, I was like, wait a minute.
Hello, my name is Ernest Budden. I'm your internal auditor. This is the presentation you've all been waiting for. Is it because it's so great, or is it because the last one? I won't elaborate, but we'll go forward with it. Okay. So at the behest of the interim county manager, Lopez, he wanted me to do a annual update, and this also needs to happen anyway to get ready for our peer review to come up to the standards of the International Professional Practices Framework by the Institute of Internal Auditors. So, on that note, and you can stop me as I go along, and I'll field questions. Let's see. That's not it. Ah, here we go. So, here's some of the audit projects that we completed on this year. And when I say we, that's not two of me. I actually represent the Internal Audit Advisory Committee. So they're, on just about everything that I'm doing. So we looked at a conference room utilization inquiry, went back to HHS and did the local DWI misdemeanor compliance program. In other words, we'd done an audit with them earlier on and did not go into this one section. So the county manager asked me to look at a hiring process for the efficiency of our processes, and that involved fire and rescue, detention center, and DASO. Actually met with the manager of community and constituent services, and finally got a chance to audit that department as well. And information technology general controls audit that actually came through this year. And of course, the Internal Audit Advisory Committee charter. Now, as a professional courtesy, I've reached out to each and every one of those departments and say, hey, I've got a slide on you if you'd like to attend, but it's not mandatory. Okay, so we start out with our conference room utilization inquiry. And I actually did meet with Mr. Herrera. I think he was just coming on board. The county manager asked me to look at the utilization of our conference rooms downstairs. So you're looking at, I think, community development, utilities, engineering roads. You have about 4 conference rooms around there. And so I looked at what we had on our calendars, electronic, as well as paper calendars to see, hey, how much utilization are we getting out of these rooms? So you got some data there, number of work days. Looked at January through June, got 125 work days. Of course, you all are privy to my notes, so if you want me to elaborate a little bit more, I can, or less. But your real number there is your daily usage hours all the way over to the far right. So when we looked at the industry leaders of Envoy and Team, they recommended our conference room be used anywhere from 3.5 to 6.5 hours per day. And the most usage we were getting out of our busiest conference rooms, 2.6 hours. And then you can see the rest. So I think it kind of started the ball rolling. I got with Mr. Herrera about it. And of course, he took it to the next 2 or 3 levels by doing a countywide space utilization.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ernest, I have a question about this chart.
Yes.
if I heard you correctly, you said you looked at the schedule for the rooms, and you also looked at paper calendars. So that means that the conference rooms you considered here had to be reserved in some fashion, correct?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Have you tried to capture the unreserved use? Meaning somebody's walking in the hallway and they say, can we, 5 of us go into this room and use this conference room for a few minutes?
So, yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, you just touched on my disclaimer, which is coming up. It always comes up at the end of the ad or the end of the slide. My disclaimer is if there's an impromptu use, you got community development up front, maybe a client has some questions, hey, let's step in the next room and talk about it. They're not necessarily filling out a calendar. So as the community constituent services manager just said, it's only as good as the information that I got, so that's the best I have. Good point, though, very good point.
And excuse me for asking, but if that's the case, is there a way for us to capture more accurate information, or should we act on the information we have, assuming it's accurate enough? I guess that's my question.
So most of the use, yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, most of the usage was captured, but it's those impromptus that last for 10, 15 minutes. Oh, this room is empty, we'll just use it for a few minutes, and just to discuss something or clarify something with a client, or maybe an in-house meeting. Normally, people don't plan a meeting of several people and they haven't reserved the room, so this was the best knowledge that we had. And so it's a pretty good estimate to say that, hey, maybe we're not utilizing all the space that we have as efficiently as we could be.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, this kind of veers into the topic of utilization of our facilities and parks, and so I wanted to put a finite point beyond what the internal auditor is saying. So about a year ago, we started looking at how we are utilizing rooms and reservation. And one of the things is that we exist here at the county in a very analog version. You've heard it here because we do the paper calendar. We have an over-obsession with not using our digital tools that we've invested in, but I think we're getting better about it. So one of the things that we did when the county purchased Outlook or Office 365 is that we did work to bring all the conference rooms online. Hopefully they're all present now, but we had a little bit of an issue because some of you are still on the Office 2016 server, and so we're bringing you over so that you have access to those rooms. But they should pop up when you are scheduling these meetings, and they even tell you the capacity based on your count, whether or not they're compatible. So those are the kinds of things that we're trying to do so that it's much more at a glance, and also making investments like Director Herrera indicated yesterday about being able to digitize even the process of reserving some of our county assets and community centers. So I would take it with a bit of a grain of salt because this is an expression of where we were, but it's not where we want to be long-term.
Very good point, Commissioners. Yeah, so, these are audits that were conducted, of course, since the audits. Hopefully, people have made some improvements. Yeah. Moving on, we looked at Health and Human Services, the local DWI misdemeanor compliance program. And this just gives you the dates. We looked at this 1-year period and some of the areas that we looked at. And they handled some money, they handled cashier's checks, money orders, instruments like that. And so when you're looking at $1.6 million that they're handling for the year, the department looked very good on the audit. And I can say that because you had 2 low-level findings, and that was it. And that kind of tells me that management's on top of things, and the people are working together. The worker bees are actually doing a great job. So what we had was our outdated in-kind estimate. So as we rent out office space, and our estimates are more than a decade old, and it stands to reason that some of those rates should have changed. And so we wanted to, so I recommended. So now the internal auditor recommends a way, not the way. So it's still up to management to actually say, hey, we're going to take those recommendations, or we partially agree, we're going to do something totally different, or juice is not worth the squeeze. We're not going to do anything. Of course, I'll let the county manager know, pass that on as well. But so you had the outdated in-kind estimates, so they're going to take a look at that, or probably already have, so they'll make sure that they're charging the right amount for the office space. And when I talked to the different staff, which was very open, and they explained some of their
their duties to me, how they did things. I'm looking at the SOPs, and they had all these things that they were doing that weren't in the SOP, and I'm like, that's great. That's very efficient. That saves time. Why is it not in your SOP? Please update your SOP. And that's something that they decide to do as well. Yeah. Very good. So the county manager did ask me to look into hiring process for the departments that I talked to you about a little bit earlier. And so we looked at the period of January through May 2023. And this is how it breaks down. I didn't want to give you a whole lot of data. Of course, the reports, you can always take a look at if you haven't already seen them. But we looked at hiring data we got with HR, got with DASO, got cooperation from both. Give me your data for this particular period. We're looking at officer trainees. We don't want your administrative position, just your officer trainees. These are people that actually do, carry the load, so to speak. They're your front line. And so we divided that down into manageable time frames, and we looked at how efficient we were. Where were our attrition? What were our attrition rates as we went through from one phase to another? And as you can see from the notes pages there, you had some very interesting manifestations. And so we would look in and say, hey, how come we're losing this % of people before we even get to invite them to the interview? What could we do that's more efficient? And I phased it in and out just because I didn't want it to be too crowded. It's a very busy slide as it is. So let me explain. Integrity HR conducted a diagnostic audit of the human resources function. And so they gave a typical range of how long it would take to hire someone. You have DASO there, and this was the range that they were taking to hire someone on. And then you had audit recommended timelines. So hey, if you took these audit recommendations, we could get that range down. And you have to look at the other counties. So let me go ahead and get this, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, before you catch me on this one. This is a disclaimer. So you got different sized counties. So you can't say that it's not fair to say, hey, DASO, how come Edie County or Santa Fe County or Luna County is doing it a little bit faster than you are? We don't know the volume that those guys had, but what we wanted to do was be able to get you some kind of comparison from other sheriffs or police departments. This is how long it's taken them to go through the process. And also, some of those departments, some of those other officers will offer a letter of employment contingent upon. And so they may do things in a different order than we do. Yeah. Gotcha.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. If you're talking about the size of the department as being a determining factor, why would New Mexico State be an outlier?
Now, that does look like an outlier. It's the police department versus the sheriff's department. But like I said, everybody does things a little differently. But I wanted to qualify that to say, look, this is not directly comparable, because I can't tell you that the New Mexico State University Police Department gets nearly the volume of applicants that DASO does. But thank you very much, Commissioner, for answering that question. I'll make a note of it.
Mr. Chair, I just have to say, we have to be careful. I have to be careful. We have to be careful drawing conclusions about comparisons between different departments and assuming that's fact. This is not a criticism of you. It's just when we look at this data,
right,
and you draw a conclusion based on, well, it's based on the size of you said it was based on the size of the departments how they do things different. But then when you look at probably the smallest department, or close to the smallest department, might be in New Mexico State, they seem to take longer. It's like an outlier. So I just get confused when you say this is the way we're comparing our statistics, but then the statistics don't support that. That's all.
Mind you, Commissioner, we don't know the size of that hiring department as well. You got so many members in DASO versus New Mexico State University. So we didn't consider that. So we had to put that out there as a disclaimer that, hey, this is not exactly apples to apples, but very good way to keep me on my toes. Good, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So for fire and rescue, we looked at the same period, and we looked at their firefighter, basic EMT, and also their lieutenants. And also, once again, got information from them as well as HR. Thank you very much. They were very cooperative. divided the hiring processes into manageable phases or timeframes. And we wanted to see, hey, where are we losing people? Where are our largest attrition rates? And then what are we doing? Why is that process taking so long? Why are we losing people? What can we do to shorten the process and to reduce that attrition rates? Yeah. And so once again, you can focus on, you got the DAC, fire and rescue, they had their internal candidates versus their external candidates, because the internal candidates have already done the background checks on. And then you had some audit recommended timelines. Hey, if we enforce this recommendation, if we enforce that, we think we could get the timeline down to this estimate. Then, of course, we looked at our detention center. We looked at officer trainees as well as lieutenants and captains for this one. Same process again, looking at attrition rates, looking at manageable timeframes, just to find out, hey, where are we losing our people? And what could we do to make the process a little bit more efficiently? And of course, if you take a look at some of the information that we have here, it was a wide range with the detention center, and then audit recommendations looking to cull that down.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Ernest, you keep saying attrition rates, but is this the hiring rate or is this the attrition rate? Which one is it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, so we looked at why were we losing so many people? So we have 100 candidates. Why, by the time we offer a letter, we only have, say, 10 candidates? So we.
Now I understand what you're saying. I thought you were saying the attrition rate usually applies to already existing employees leaving an organization.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying the fallout rate of the potential candidates, as using the term attrition rate applies to that. That's where I got confused. Thank you.
That's correct, sir. Yeah, that's military because they have that attrition rate. They get rid of the people first.
Really quick, Ernest.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So this is all last year's information. Do we have anything from May 31st of 2023 to May 31st of 2024? This is a year old.
So, Mr. Chairman, because this was a request from the county manager looking at the hiring process for a particular period of time, which we agreed upon, he wanted to see what were we doing wrong or what could we do better. And so we haven't gone back to say, okay, since departments have implemented some of these recommendations, where are we now? Or we haven't even gone back to say, hey, departments, how many of these recommendations have you implemented? Because it's really up to management to implement the recommendations. And the recommendations were realistic. They're not like, hire 4 more staff. It wasn't anything like that. We're balancing and we're talking back and forth with management, so.
Okay, so have we started to look at the 31st of May to the 31st of this year for what has been implemented so far in the new data?
No, Mr. Chairman, we have not, and that could very well be a upcoming audit project.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
as we're looking at this data, I think we've been looking at DASO, we've looked at fire, and now we're looking at a detention center, and it just happens that this one shows a range of 33 to 217. Is there a understanding of what, looking at a range is fine?
That's right.
But where is our data? Where is the median value? Where is our, depending on how we wanted to look at this, where is our 25 to 75% of our data land? You know what I mean? I think when I'm looking at the numbers, I'm trying to understand better because, like I said, I can look at the range and it can look really bad. But if I only had one at 33 and we're all at 200 days, and that's what's driving the data, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't think there's enough data in here for us or for me to draw a conclusion of what we're looking at. And I think in addition to where the chairman has brought up, this is from last year, and yet we're hiring a bunch with fire, with DASO this year. I don't know, I'm all for looking at the data, but I just don't know that this is in a way that I feel like it's in a digestible way that I'm seeing where we're at. I guess it's an analysis. I guess I'm looking at what the analysis says.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, that's a valid point. So what you have here is just a a one slider on that particular department. And when you look at the report, it'll get into the nuts and bolts of, hey, you lost. For example, let's take a look at this one. Between the time that someone applied and the department determined eligibility, 24% of the officer trainee applicants were the attrition rate, they fell off. They've fallen off by then. And so we look at, okay, why is that? How can we make the process more efficient so that we get to these guys quicker? And so the report itself goes into the details of, hey, here's some areas that human resources, we believe they could do a better job. We believe that the department could do a better job here to shorten that time limit and at least say, hey, guys, and guys is non-gender specific, by the way. That's military in me, so I'm saying that.
Great. Okay. And I'd love for us to get, and I don't have it in the
report.
In the agenda. I see I guess I'm not seeing it in the agenda, but I'd love to get that report and see maybe a little bit more of that.
I can't get that through the county manager to you. I thought the last county manager got that one to you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So, community and constituent services, we looked at a one-year period with them. Now, they were just getting their intranet quorum at the time, so we looked at the guidance that they had. So the stuff that she's talking about, she hadn't even got a chance to implement it yet. So it wasn't the best time, but wasn't the worst time either. And so we went forward with that. Very cooperative. I think at the time she still had an extra staff member there. And so we looked at a couple of areas that came up. This was not something that, it's not something that New Mexico Department of Transportation complains about. It's something that they wanted. There's a lack of submission of Title VI reporting, and she being the Title VI coordinator, like, hey, how come these reports are not going in when no one's asking for them? And so me being the annual auditor says, hey, well, if they're required, then please send them in. And so I have to give the Community Constituent Services Manager kudos for going above and beyond the call of duty, as I would say, because also on that same line, she had a reference to a CFR that was inaccurate. And I'm like, wait a minute, we don't have, that's not even a code. Where did you get that from? We got that from New Mexico Department of Transportation, their boilerplate, their pro forma. And so since she got gigged on it on the audit, she went back to New Mexico Department of Transportation and said, hey, I got an audit finding on a code of federal regulation that doesn't even exist. And we're using your website as an example, as a pro forma. And my understanding is they updated their information on the website because that was inaccurate. So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ernest, I'm looking here, this is Constituent Services. You did an audit of them and you drew some conclusions that actually affected the standard operating procedures. Is that what I'm reading here?
So that's your second one. Now, that was a low. And that was a very simple one. I said, hey, if someone, and she told me, all the years that she's been taking care of the hotline, that's never been an issue. Not a problem. Let's put something in place just in case. If someone made a threat, like say on your dearly internal auditor's life, and they did it through the ethics point, we wanted them to be able to contact someone and say, hey, warn Ernest not to come to work today. Somebody's trying to get him.
Okay, the reason I'm asking the question about the way that you drew the conclusion from the Community and Constituent Services is that you actually made recommendations to them for CARF and also some standard operating procedures. Am I correct?
So we take a look at everything and said, hey, if you're doing it this way, we advise that you do it this way to make it more efficient.
So the reason I asked that question is because in the hiring evaluation here, even though you drew the conclusion that it was taking a certain amount of time, and you actually said that there was a recommendation to modify the time and make it 60 to 70 or 30 to 55 or 30 to 45 days, I don't see any recommendations for a change in procedures in order to help them to accomplish this. Did you actually review the standard operating procedures of the Human Resources Department as part of your audit to determine where they may have policies that prevent them from being able to achieve these goals and make recommendations to them as to how they can change policies or personnel or anything in order to help them to achieve these goals?
Mr. Chairman.
It seems like gathering information and saying, this is a comparison of everyone else. We'd like to have you here. I think making recommendations about how they can get there is the next step of the process. And since you looked at all three departments, it seems like you would have drawn some common conclusion between all three of them about procedures that could be addressed in order to make them more efficient to meet these standards.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, that's correct. So I was able to dig down into it. Mind you, this is a potato chip. We're talking about potatoes. That's the actual report. And that has a lot more bulk to it. That got into, hey, HR, we think you could do this a little bit more efficiently. Hey, department, we think you could do this a little bit more efficiently. In some cases, it was just communication. In some cases, but if you look at the reports, they go into the detail of, hey, how can we not lose this many people? Well, we can do it a little bit faster. Well, how can we do it faster and still have a quality product and do it in fewer days? Well, this is redundant, this process that we're doing. There's a lack of communication here. And so when you look at the auditing concept, I'm looking down. If it's your job, I'm looking down into a maze, and I can see the most efficient way once I understand what you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish. So I come in with some fresh outside eyes and look at it and say, okay, what if we do it this way? And what about this? And that's not a problem with that. That should cut the time down. And so we have to get approval for that.
So your hiring report for these departments does include, in the details, recommendations on procedures that can be addressed and modified in order to improve the process.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, sir.
Okay, good. I would like to see that too. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, and so, I think we finished that one. And so there was an information technology general controls audit done. So when you have specialized areas like information technology, if you want more than just a peripheral audit in some place like the Human Resources Department where they're considered specialized areas, I still don't get out of just because I don't have the expertise, I don't get out of the responsibility of it. And so I coordinated with the IT director, and he was on board from the beginning. And we got a company, Clifton Allen Larson, out of Albuquerque, and they looked into the many areas that you see up on the board here on the slide. And they gave a rating to the IT department, whether it was green, whether it was yellow, whether it was red, areas they could use to say, hey, this is something that we could improve upon. This is something that we're doing well upon. And to his credit, to the IT director's credit, it wasn't areas of surprise, like, oh, we had no idea. But now you have a roadmap you can utilize going forward to say, this is where I want to concentrate some of our efforts. Okay, and so, Internal Audit Advisory Committee Charter, this is what you all approved on the last meeting. We just did an introduction section. We revised the authority section. We'd like to offer the terminology of Office of the Internal Auditor, since I couldn't declare myself a department, but I think the Office of the Internal Auditor would be appropriate. And then we added certified fraud examiners as well as business owners to the qualified candidates list for the committee. And thank you all for that approval. So the trends and items of note, the slides you've all been waiting for. No, it's not the last one, but it's almost there. So with the departments that I deal with, I don't get pushback. I may get delays. In other words, the department may not be able to start the audit on the agreed upon date because something else has come up. And we've been very flexible with that. Say, okay, let's start it on a different date. But no departments just said, no, you can't come in, okay? So I had this point up here, and now I need to eat a little crow because we don't have a full internal audit activity committee anymore. As of last week, one of the members just resigned. You just approved him in April, so already contacted PIL, getting the word out that we need another internal audit advisory committee member. So unforeseen circumstances, they had to resign. The county manager is aware of my audit, although, I go to him, I let him know, because he has purview of things that I may not know about. And so it may not be the best time, for example, to go into the roads department because of a particular project that they're working on. So he's aware of my audits and gives the okay before I just go into a place and say, hey, I'll do an audit on your department next week. So when you look at areas needing improvement within the county that I've seen on the audits that I've been doing, standard operating procedures needs to be something that we emphasize. the workers, the staff that you have, they're very knowledgeable about what they're doing. They don't always chronicle that knowledge. And so what you want to do is prevent it against brain drain when very knowledgeable people leave. And so that's one that consistently comes up. And another area is inventory. Your inventory accountability needs to be improved. Our inventory accountability needs to be improved here in the county because they need to be able to, I envision them being able to tell us if we lost that room next door, what did we lose? County manager asked, what did we lose? And I don't think we can get an accurate answer on that from current accountability procedures that we have. Yeah. So you see the bullet up there of elected officials. So I have a standing invitation for any and all elected officials. I've met with them or their staff in one capacity or another, and just let them know that the Internal Audit Advisory, the Office of the Internal Auditor is here for them at no additional cost, and they can do I can do limited scope audits where I only go in and just look at this particular area. So that invitation's been extended to them, but I don't have any oversight, nor do I do a risk assessment for the offices or departments that are led by your elected officials, okay? That's up to them. They are more than welcome to reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to flex my schedule and help them out if they require that. And so the final bullet, which should be understood, if for some reason I'm not aware of something, I don't think the county manager is doing enough for an internal control. And I just disagree with the county manager professionally. I will reach out to the Board of County Commissioners chairman and say, hey, hey, county manager, I'm going to talk to the chair because I don't think we're covering this. I don't think there's enough attention on it. And if the chairman's letting me know, Mr. Auditor, there's some things you actually don't know is covered, is taken care of, so we won't be getting any visits from the state auditor's office. So that's just to let you know I'm not in the point where, hey, I can't go and talk to anyone. Well, yeah, I can, and I would reach out to them.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Ernest, I somehow misunderstood one of the things that you said about the elected officials have an open invitation.
That's right.
And no internal auditor oversight nor risk assessment. And you said that you invite them to have you do an audit of their department. Is that what you're saying? You have no authority? What does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, so I speak to them, the elected officials, and let them know, hey, I'm here to do an audit for you if you would like my services, but I allow them to bring me in on a volunteer basis. Now, of course, if there's an issue, if there's a problem, and the commissioners or my county manager wants me to go in and take a look at this particular area, that's fine. But the elected officials, my understanding with them is I let them know that I'm here for them. I let them know what services I offer, and let them know, hey, please reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to work with you on it.
Okay, so could this board ask you to do an audit of, say, clerk's office?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reynolds, yes, you would say, county manager, have the auditor do an audit with the clerk's office looking at this particular area, and then I would reach out to them and coordinate.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, I think it should be stated, as the internal auditor has expressed in previous audits, that it's to the extent with which his subject matter expertise allows them to do those kinds of things.
That's very
So if he's not the SME, then maybe we have to do external contracting for that.
Point well, that's a very good point. Yes, sir.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe that even anyone, even the assistant county manager should get approval to speak before speaking, and from the chair. That's the point of order, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapato.
No problem for what you said, just the procedure is that I think you should ask for recognition by the chair before speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, I appreciate it. And this is more, I guess, for the commission question, but if we are going to be requesting an audit from the elected officials, I would hope that we would give our auditor and that elected official an opportunity to share their point of view, regarding the audit, because I would prefer that whether it be the clerk or the assessor or the treasurer or the probate judge, that they be allowed to offer an opinion before we, in not so many words, force them through an audit through our wonderful auditor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just did want to make a request, if at all possible. I know I just happened to be trying to find the audit report that you had talked about with HR. I just wanted to make sure that, I guess when we have a chance, if we make sure that it's uploaded to the website. Because right now, the only thing I see under fiscal year 24 is, and I don't know if fiscal year 24, I'm assuming means 23, 24, or unless, but all I see right now is the local DWI misdemeanor compliance that you had reported. So if at all possible, like I said, I just wanted to make sure, because I was just happening to go in and wanted to get those downloaded and see that. So thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, appreciate it, Mr. Budden. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead and continue on.
All right, so pending upcoming audit projects. So this should be of interest to the commission and everyone, actually. We're looking at departmental risk assessment, where I go from department to department and inquire with them so I can get an assessment of what they see as their biggest risk and what areas. And so that's in the process of getting written up, and then I want to go forward with implementing it, as well as a quality assurance and improvement plan for the Office of the Internal Auditor, where we do the same steps consistently each and every time, because that's what our peer review will be judging us upon, those international professional practices standards. Update the Office of the Internal Auditor's standard operating procedures. Hey, auditor, you're always talking about other departments that don't have their SOPs. When's the last time yours was updated? It was a very good question there, committee member, and so we're working on that as well. And then we keep our committee members informed at least on a bi-monthly basis. We'll take that department risk assessment and work it into a multi-year audit plan submitted to the county manager for approval. And that way departments can have a heads up weeks, months ahead of time that, hey, the auditor's coming in around this time period. He'll be looking at this particular area, okay? We have completed our detention center warehouse and inventory audit. You won't see that posted as of yet until I get finality from that director who has been out. We're currently working with facilities and parks on a follow-up audit. And when you talk about follow-up audits, we give that particular department at least 3 months, if not more, before we come back and say, hey, how are we doing on those audit findings? And what kind of improvements have we made? And I will be putting on the agenda for the commissioners to approve my data analysis and literacy training for later this year. So I'll just give you a heads up on that one. And at that point, it wasn't 30 slides, but I stand for questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any follow-up questions? I think we kind of asked a lot during the presentation. Commissioners, anything? Seeing none, thank you, Ernest.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have minutes. We have item number 15, which is to approve the minutes from the June 25th board meeting.
I'll move approval of the minutes.
Second, so we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez, a second by myself. Any comments? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. Minutes are approved. Moving on, we do have one, sorry, I just messed up my screen. One approval, which is item number 16, which is a resolution approving the Doña County Board of County Commissioners to change the reporting of the county attorney and the internal auditor from the county manager to the Board of County Commissioners. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had provided this document a few days ago, but it wasn't included in the packet. I would actually believe that what I'd like to do is to make I'd like to make a motion that we actually postpone this item to the next meeting and resubmit it for consideration.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds for postponing until the next regularly scheduled meeting. We have a second by Commissioner Murillo. Vice Chair Murillo, I apologize. Any further comment from the board? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion has been made and resolution will be on the next county BOCC meeting agenda. Okay, commission input follow-up. Any commissioners would like to address any follow-up input? Seeing none. Brandy?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chapato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, during a meeting, I did have a call from Mr. Ambro Ontiveros from Ontiveros Insulation, and this was in reference to a public comment made by Ms. Peggy Kane regarding the property at 5965 La Reina. Mr. Ontiveros explained to me that the insulation that was described by Ms. Kane is not dangerous, but cleanup should be done with long sleeve shirt, dust, or a mask that we've all used for COVID, and gloves. And perhaps the neighbors might be able to help that person at that locale clean up. He said it's not dangerous, but the winds would probably blow it into the desert, and as it rains, it would dissipate. So just thought I'd bring that up. I know I believe it's in Commissioner Sanchez's district, from what I recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up? Seeing none. Brandy, any correspondence?
Yes, Mark Arvizu versus Doña Ana County, and Jonathan Enriquez Varela Trevino versus Doña Ana County.
Wonderful, thank you, Brandy. Okay, that concludes our regularly scheduled BOCC meeting agenda, but we do have a closed session. So I move that the board convenes in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to matters involving the hiring of county manager and to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 5037, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 1529, Detention Center, and an authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H2 and H5.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy, if you'll roll call us into closed session, please.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. I believe you missed one line, one section of that. The local 2709 blue collar is authorized. By
We have already voted on that, and that is no longer in negotiations, as we voted on that last meeting.
Then very well. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. We're in closed session.
All right, thumbs up.
All right, I'll do it.
Statement is simply, let the record show that
I'd say we'll make a note that we're back in open session at 2:48.
but let the record show that nothing was discussed in closed session other than when we approved before going in.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, we're back from closed session. The time is 2:48 and we are adjourned.